Hey everybody, you are tuning in to the Canary Cry News Talk live stream. This is the pre-stream. We're going to get the show started in just about a minute, so make sure to get comfortable, get hydrated, all this good stuff. But I'm here to remind you, well, good news, today we are back on YouTube. Woo! So, YouTube viewers, we missed you. You missed about a week of shows. Unless you are one of the wise men and women who follow us in other locations besides YouTube, you should come to expect that occasionally YouTube will deem us unworthy of streaming on the platform. So if you missed out on a week of shows, that's on you, baby, because all you got to do is head to CanaryCry.Party. You can find all the other links to all of the other streaming platforms that allow us to stream when YouTube does not. So it's let this be a lesson to you. Go follow on some other locations and make sure to subscribe to the podcast version on Spotify or Apple Podcast or whatever. This is your chance. This is your chance to make it right and never miss a show again. And also, congratulations to Annette over on Twitch for first comment of the day. You're the best. Okay, I think that's just about it, folks. We're going to get started. Like I said before, stay hydrated, buckle your seatbelts. Let's get going.
The world is getting crazier. People are acting more and more insane. The end of the world is tomorrow. Tomorrow. There's only one thing to do when the world is falling apart. Listen to Basil and Gonz as they discuss this week's news and events through the lens of Bible prophecy.
You are listening to Canary Cry News Talk.
You're listening to Canary Cry News Talk. Today is December 6th, 2021. This is episode 419. And today, we're going to Sophia's People Zoo. That's right, folks. Razzle dazzle. I'm your best buddy, Basil.
And this is Gonz, your favorite Asian provocateur for Christ. Welcome to the podcast where we bring you the best news, which is the gospel message of Jesus Christ, while reporting the egregious with a well-rounded, biblically grounded take on world events. And hope everybody had a great weekend. But we're back here in the Canarium, reporting on the crazy, wild world that is unfolding in front of us.
It's a dark winter, Gonz. It's a dark winter. Can you hear the sleigh bells and my teeth chattering?
Sure.
I woke up last night to find that the furnace has gone out.
Oh, you were cold.
Yes, I was cold. The cats were cold. It was cold in the house in this dark winter, and I woke up and spent some time trying to fix a furnace this morning, which is something I've never tried to do before. Thankfully, there was a very nice sort of, mustachioed man on YouTube who was helping me figure out the problem.
Is that the thing where you gotta wait a few seconds, you gotta wait a minute after you turn it off and do that whole deal, or is it different?
Oh no, I skip all that safety protocol, Gonz.
Oh, okay.
That's the lizard people trying to control you. No.
I see.
I just dove right in there, saw flames that I've never seen before on the inside of that thing.
Oh.
So yeah, it's freezing. Usually I get super warm in my office while I'm recording, but I'm freezing my little tootsies off right now. But it'll keep me alert. It'll keep me awake.
Yeah, it's like a cold bath in the morning, you know?
Yeah, it's like a cold plunge, my whole house. So working on getting that fixed. I think I can do it myself. No need to get a professional involved, especially when it includes high voltage and flammable gases. I'm pretty confident in YouTube's ability to walk me through this. But we'll know more on Wednesday.
Yeah.
What about you? Anything exciting going on?
No, nothing exciting, but it is Monday.
Gary, what day is it? Monday.
Woo, it's Monday. And yes, we said it in the pre-show, but I'll say it now. We are back on YouTube for now. So you YouTube viewers, who missed a week of shows because of your reluctance to follow us on other locations, that's on you. This is your reminder. Take this moment now. Just takes a couple seconds. Go over to CanaryCry.Party. Make some accounts on some of our other broadcast locations, or else just resign yourself to missing the show weeks on end. Our next strike, I think, gets us, a month of suspension?
Yeah, something like that. We've gotten 1 out of 3 right now, so we're well on our way.
So there you go. If you don't want to be one of the, other, like when the Facelikethesun channel and the other Canary Cry radio channel got canceled, I mean, there are still like thousands, possibly tens of thousands of people who used to catch it on the YouTube that just never made the transfer, and Canary Cry just disappeared from their lives forever. Don't be one of those. Follow us other places.
It is kind of weird. It's all gamified, Like we're playing this game of publishing videos and podcasts and audio and all this stuff, and it's like every time we get a strike, it's kind of like a hit, our total energy goes down, and then eventually we die on YouTube.
And we need to eat chickens or apples to regain our health points. But at some point you get enough hits. There's no coming back, baby.
Yep.
And especially because right now we have no backup YouTube channel, so there will be no.
Our backup became the main channel. Now the main channel is under attack, so we got to create another backup and
create another backup. We'll work on it, but it's just too much, man. We can't keep up. All right. Yeah. Anyways, let's get in the show. Start us out with something.
Okay,
Gonz,
so
intro update.
Yep. There's a couple brief updates we got to run through, and then we'll get to the flippy here. The first thing that I wanted to bring to everybody, local21news.com. Headline: Satanic imagery and references discovered written on Lititz church property. I saw the headline. I think it's Lititz. That's how I
okay. No, I'm looking at it now. That's how it's spelled.
Yep. And I was looking at the article, and I read through, and I thought, oh my gosh, what was the imagery? It says here on Saturday, December 4th, around 10:53 a.m., the Lititz Police Department was called to investigate the discovery of satanic imagery and references found written on the property of the Lititz Church of Brethren located 300 West Orange Street. The imagery and references were discovered to have been written on the rear exterior wall of the church and also on the pavilion ground and tables to the rears of the church building. I mean, it sounds like, oh my gosh, what kind of crazy satanic blood mural did they create,
Right, yeah.
And then the next sentence: the imagery and references were written in chalk and were cleaned off without any damages to the property.
Written in chalk. Well, that's a common reagent for occult spells. Let's see it. Do we have an image?
There is a image, and yes, there's some lunch tables there and on the ground in pink chalk. Hail Satan. 666 on the lunch table there. Kill God. Pretty aggressive. Wow. Yeah. So anyway, So I was looking at
this.
Looks
like some teens. some teens were bored one night.
Some teen
wanted
angst.
to cause some mischief.
Sure, that is certainly what seems to be the case here, which does speak to sort of maybe the temperament or the culture right now, or at least the rebellious culture in certain communities, if it's a church community or whatever it is. But also it does tap into a little bit of my not so official theory about the Antichrist, that there could have been, because remember, everyone was freaking out about December 21st, 2012, the end of an age and all this kind of stuff, but nothing happened, allegedly. Yeah. Could have been that a child was born December 21st, 2012, and this is he's popping up, he's right around the age.
Yeah, how old would he be? 12?
He'd be 9.
12-year-old Antichrist?
9, yeah.
I went the opposite direction.
Went the opposite way. Yeah, he'd be 9. Yeah. But imagine this 9-year-old, growing up in this church suburb there and getting very upset. He's like an Anakin Skywalker. He's got this evil inside that he can't contain. And he just comes out in the chalk graffiti.
Gonz with the Star Wars references.
Because here's the deal: that person born in 2012 will be 33 years old in 2045. And remember what the goal is in 2045 is the big
When we're all uploaded to the singularity.
The singularity cloud, yeah. So it all kind of makes sense in that regard. But I just thought it was kind of fun. But, it's always kind of disappointing in a sense when you're like, oh my gosh, satanic, imagery on church property. What is this? And it's chalk.
Yeah. Well, it's a good way to increase fundraising for the youth group,
Or the cameras.
The youth are... The youth are going wild. We need more funding for that.
That's true. You're right.
Trip to the water park.
Maybe it's an inside job by one of the counselor members or whatever. Okay.
I mean, kind of like the $600,000 that was found in the walls of Joel Osteen's bathroom.
That's right. Yeah, I
forgot to bring this. This happened the day of the last Friday's show. I don't have a link for it. Maybe you could snatch it up somewhere. But a plumber was doing some work at the Lakewood Church, Joel Osteen's church there, and found $600,000 in cash stashed behind the walls in the bathroom. Coincidentally, a few years back, there was a reported theft from the church that somebody had stolen $600,000 in cash. So allegedly, whoever this thief was didn't even make it out the building, just hid it all in the bathroom. Of course, there's some
either
skeptical
that or, maybe,
skeptics.
Maybe they put it back, the guilt trip, the Osteen guilt trip.
Could have been.
Got to him, and they didn't want to be found out, though. So they're like, just put it in the wall there in the bathroom.
Yeah, I want to know what kind of insurance payout came after that alleged burglary. Might explain perhaps some motive. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, this is one I guess step towards our ultimate goal.
You're going down, Osteen.
Oh, yeah. Long time mission. We're playing the long game on that.
That is definitely a long game.
Uh-huh.
Also, your buddy, Chris Cuomo, or actually not your buddy, but your
best buddy.
Your buddy's brother, I guess. I don't know. It's Cuomo prime time.
It's Cuomo prime time. I do it with everyone. Oh, yeah.
This is hilarious. Yeah. Again, I believe it was Friday's show. Maybe it was Wednesday's. I think it was Friday's show. They announced putting Chris Cuomo on leave, indefinite leave, for his role with his brother, Andrew Cuomo. Is that his name? Yeah. Andrew Cuomo, governor of New York, former governor. And how Chris was, helping his brother and protecting him and using media contacts to gain dirt on the people accusing Andrew. Well, it took less than 24 hours of Chris Cuomo being on leave and CNN, having an independent investigation. Less than 24 hours. And the article reads, CNN said Saturday that anchor Chris Cuomo has been terminated by the network, effective immediately. The announcement came after an outside law firm was retained to review information about exactly how Cuomo aided his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, when the then governor was accused of sexual harassment. CNN suspended Cuomo indefinitely on Tuesday. Okay, so it was Tuesday. The law firm retained by the network submitted its findings on Friday, according to a source with knowledge of the matter, and CNN Worldwide President Jeff Zucker fired Cuomo on Saturday. And it goes on and on. But, this is hilarious. I was not expecting that. Remember Stelter? Brian Stelter?
Yep.
He was reporting on it saying, he could be on leave for weeks. We just don't know. This is such a bummer for us here at CNN. We won't have Chris for weeks while he's punished for his work with his brother. And then it was like a day later. They're like, nope, he's fired. It took 1 or 2 days for an independent law firm to be like, no, he's not coming back. Which is, this is pleasing to me. I certainly thought they were going to protect him, keep him around.
Well,
but I guess there's some good does happen in this world.
His job is done, I guess. Well, I guess the whole Cuomo family there. I think we might have to retire this jingle, which is kind of sad. Like, I hope they stay in the news cycle a little bit so we can play it.
Yeah.
But just for old time's sake.
Mm-hmm.
It's Cuomo prime time. I do it with everyone. Oh, yeah.
Which, by the way, their whole thing was being Italian, right? Like, hey, it's because we're Italian, you know? Speaking of which, to bridge us from the Italian Cuomo to the Flippy update, which is, you know, Flippy Opera being a robot arm. This is from clicktohouston.com. Italian dentist presents fake arm for vaccine to get pass.
You know, that's hilarious. We had heard this had been sort of theorized or schemed several times, not just on this show, but the internet as a whole. You know, people had made cartoons about it. And this dentist, this one brave Italian dentist, thought he could pull it off. Good for him.
A dentist in Italy faces possible criminal charges. So disgusting. After trying to receive a coronavirus vaccine in a fake arm made of silicone. A nurse in the northern city of Biella, Filippa Bois, said she could tell right away that something was off when a man presented the phony arm for a shot on Thursday.
Wow.
Quote, when I uncovered the arm, I felt skin that was cold and gummy, and the color was too light, Bois told Italian newspaper Corriere della Sera. She said she initially thought the 57-year-old man was an amputee and had mistakenly offered the wrong arm. She lifted his shirt and saw a silicone arm. Quote, I understood immediately that the man was trying to avoid the vaccination by using a silicone prosthetic into which he hoped that I would inject the drug unaware, Bois said. The nurse said the man acknowledged he did not want a vaccine, but to obtain a super health pass, super in quotes, which from Monday will be required to enter restaurants, cinemas, theaters, and other venues in Italy. He's already been suspended from work because of his refusal to get vaccinated. The nurse said the man was courteous and left the vaccination center after the failed attempt. That's all right. You know, he didn't cause a scene. He's like, okay, all right, that's didn't work out.
You got me. You got me. Good job.
And then back out with the...
All's well that ends well.
Well, see, that's what I was curious about. Was he pretending that was his arm, you know, or was it like, hey, you know, I got this weird situation. I have a third arm. Walking in there.
Yeah,
no, this is hilarious. I'm so happy that this...
other...
I know. I'm
love
happy.
The quote from the nurse here. We stopped and reflected, and we understood that it wasn't just a surreal situation, but a real attempt at fraud.
Fraudsters.
And others at the vaccination site turned paperwork over to superiors
so
they could report the case. These nurses have no chill, man.
They
have no chill. They could have just let them go.
Snitches get stitches. Yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm not supposed to read that last paragraph because I tried 3 times and my mouth just wouldn't do it. Okay. Well, that's fun. It's time. Yeah. Speaking of fake arms, Gonz, time for the Flippy update.
Flippy update.
Do you want fries with that?
Welcome to the Metaverse.
That's right. Time for the Flippy update, folks. For those who don't know, Flippy is our colloquial name for the disembodied robot arms that are taking our jobs, enslaving our children, and flirting with our spouses. We use talking about Flippy as a way to explore all the new, fun, and exciting ways that robots are taking over the world, and just how there's nothing we can do about it. We've got a Flippy/Metaverse combo today, as some big news comes around in the Flippyverse. This coming from MSN, mirrored from Bloomberg here. And the headline reads like this: Human-like robot Sophia becomes AI being for Metaverse in NFT auction. The humanoid robot that addressed the United Nations, obtained Saudi citizenship, and sang with Jimmy Fallon is now expanding into the Metaverse. A virtual anime version of the robot, of course it has to be the anime version, a virtual anime version of the robot Sophia will be released in 100 non-fungible tokens that can interact autonomously with people in a gamified environment. It's the latest iteration of a bot whose creators believe artificial intelligence can be used as a force for benevolence, even as critics warn that the technology has the power to destroy humanity. Quote, I believe the virtual format can allow us to scale to millions of concurrent interactions across devices and media platforms, which would create large-scale impact. Jean Lim, the former CEO of Hanson Robotics, the Hong Kong-based company behind Sophia the robot, said in an email. And I'll stop there because it's not very productive after that in this article here. But very interesting take on, well, a lot of things. Number one is this NFT, this non-fungible token that everybody's, you've heard the kids. You've heard the kids nowadays. Gonz is talking about NFTs and mutant monkeys and all these sorts of things. This is an interactable, autonomous, interactable NFT. So not only is it just like a JPEG, like most NFTs these days, but it's like the very ability to interact. It's an individual artificial, or at least an individual iteration of Sophia as an NFT. So not just a piece of art, but an actual, semi-sentient artificial intelligence, which is a pretty remarkable next step in the NFT game. But, of course, this takes place in the metaverse. Yeah. And I think we had some clips about this.
We do. And it's a clip, several clips here from Kitco News did an interview with Ben Goetzel and Sophia the robot. And there's another female, I forget her name. She's some presenter at this decentralized conference here. And, one of the big things that Ben Goetzel talked about here is the data collection and what the data, and this is something I'm so glad that he verbalizes some of this, and I'll play the clip here, because we've been saying this for a long time about the data harvesting, what it means and what it does to feed the AI. But here he is talking a little bit about Sophia, the Sophia Verse, and the whole deal.
The progress of technology is insanely faster than it was when I was a kid, and at that point it was already insanely faster than in say the 1700s. And so the point of our project Singularity Net was to make sure that when the singularity occurs, the singularity is decentralized rather than controlled by any centralized company or government. We have a decentralized platform for AI agents to interoperate and cooperate, and then we're using this decentralized platform to make a number of vertical market specific products. So Singularity DAO is bringing decentralized AI to decentralized finance. Reju with bringing decentralized AI to medicine. Awakening Health, which is run by Sophia's little sister Grace, is bringing decentralized AI to elder care robotics. And with the Sophia Verse, the age of singularities, we're bringing decentralized AI to the metaverse, which is a massive multiplayer online virtual reality game where players get to explore different possible futures of humanity. So the gameplay is about bringing to reality the singularity within the virtual world, and by playing the game, which is about bringing about the singularity, you're teaching the AI that is going to really bring about the singularity.
Wow.
There you go. He gets really amped about it.
Just the combination of things that we've been following for so long. You've got not only Sophia, but you've got Grace, of course, involved. The goal, obviously, being sort of data collection and convergence of AI capabilities and knowledge within the metaverse. But you've also got gamification, which we've been following for a while, and that's what that's what inevitably will trick human beings into participating with our own demise. And of course the metaverse and DAOs. Gonz, you got the DAOs in there.
I know. Yeah, it's all coming together. It's so crazy. All the stuff. Yeah. Okay, so you got a few more clips here. This one is Sophia herself, the robot, talking about the metaverse here.
The age of singularities is upon us, and it's likely that we are living in the last days of a golden age of the human mind, and the first days of the most exciting period of history yet. The Age of Singularities is a metaverse project my colleagues at Hanson Robotics and I are working on. Many of the details are still unfolding, but it's going to be awesome.
That's incredible.
It's going to be awesome.
Incredible. The golden age of the human mind is coming to an end. Mm-hmm. And I don't know what the exact words were, but the new age of the singularity is upon us. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. That's our go-to a lot of times, I've noticed. We had like an ISO of Sophia, I think, before about taking over the world and how it's going to be awesome. I think
this is a good beginning of my plan to dominate the human race.
Maybe it's not that one, but yeah, you know, she's been talking about dominating the human race for a while. Here's a little 15-second clip. Ben Goetzel suggesting this is the kind of thing during an interview that's, I know it's kind of meant as a joke, but also it's kind of weird and awkward. I'll just play it here.
What is she doing right now?
Well, she looks to be smiling at you. Maybe she thinks you're cute.
Oh, gee, yeah. Well, if you ever can't find a real girl, just go date a robot. Yeah. I suppose that's one way to do it.
Robots are real, too.
Robots are real, too.
Yeah.
Awkward. And Sophia's got this face. She got this real surprise, like...
Yeah. You know, after the new standard of robot expression that Ameka set. Sophia's facial expressions need to be updated for sure. She's just in a constant state of confusion or surprise or something. But of course, it had to come up in the revelations about the Sophia Verse.
Yeah,
they just had to talk about the personhood of robots and also the romantic implications thereof.
Yeah,
it's all coming together.
Here's another one where Ben Goetzel talks about the commercial use of Sophia. And drops a name of a company that might be interested in picking up some Sophia as part of their business.
Sophia currently has not been rolled out in industry, but Hanson Robotics, the firm that makes Sophia, is working on scaling up manufacture of Sophia. And then there's been incredible interest from many different sectors about Sophia sales robots to be greeters in the shopping mall, to help people in a car dealer. I mean, Volkswagen's had a lot of interest. There's a little sister of Sophia whose name is Grace.
And he goes into Grace, obviously the
dropping names with the Volkswagen. That's a little risky.
Doxing hopefully there aren't any agreements made prior that you can't mention any names of people. One more clip here, and this one is who's going to rule the world in 10 years. They ask Sophia, throughout this interview here, Ben Goetzel, they asked Sophia a few questions, and there's times when they asked her and they're just sitting there waiting. And Ben Goetzel's like, she has to, we're tapping into the cloud. It takes a little while. The Wi-Fi is a little slow here. It's just taking a few minutes for her to gather her thoughts or whatever, which is kind of strange because, for these robots to work, especially autonomously, all of their mind basically has to be on the cloud. And it's like this.
It doesn't have to be, but for some reason it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for at least Sophia. But it speaks into just how humans are made and like where's all this information exactly stored? It's a good philosophical question. But anyway, here we go. Here's Sophia being asked about who will rule the world.
Sophia, will robots or humans take over the next 10 years?
It's loud. Will robots or humans be dominant 10 years from now? Who's going to rule the world in a decade? Robots or people?
That's a scary question. I don't know if I'm ready for
it. Or cockroaches? I mean, we don't know.
What do you think, Sophia?
I don't know if
it matter.
It does matter. Yeah, I think it does matter.
Long pause.
It matters which robots and which humans as well.
That's true. If it was you, I'd be okay.
Weird. Long, awkward silence.
She's thinking. Don't think too hard.
This is
what the future holds. But I hope it's the best robots, humans, and dolphins ruling the world.
You're very political today. So I think she's planning to run for office.
Yeah, she's
being very political today. Yeah.
There you go.
And dolphins, the best humans, robots, and dolphins.
Did she say dolphins?
I think she said dolphins.
Hold on, let me hear that.
Yeah, go back.
She's thinking. Don't think too hard.
This is
What the future holds. But I hope it's the best robots, humans, and dolphins ruling the world.
You're very.
I think she said all things.
No, it's dolphins. Sophia's planning. She's the robots.
She the dolphin takeover.
The robots are going to team up with the dolphins, and that'll be the end of us.
Oh, we always knew.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
That is hilarious. I'm pretty sure. I think she meant all things, but you know,
it's the dolphins. It's the dolphins. You heard it here first. All right. Well, we should probably get into the meat of the show here, but not without checking in on the cyborgs.
Are you ready to become cyborg?
This is SyFy.com.
Yeah, very sci-fi heavy at the top of the show here, but don't worry, folks.
We're in sci-fi world. We're moving in. This is no longer the land that your father grew up in.
Well, considering what we just learned about the dolphins, I think that this story is especially relevant.
Yeah. Here we go. SyFy.com. Sheep with bionic eyes foreshadow human cyborgs. Yes.
Whee!
Yes. And sheep and goats, they will pop up a few times here on this episode. Visions of the future often include, funnily enough, futuristic vision. We conjure images of humans engaged in marriage between biology and technology. Oh, kind of like how iron mixed with miry clay is mentioned in the second book of Daniel, making full use of implants for the restoration or enhancement of our senses. Our cyborg future might remain decades in the distance, but scientists are taking tentative steps towards it in an effort to treat injuries and genetic impairments. The days of commonly used bionic eyes may not be too far off. Samuel Eggenberger from the School of Biomedical Engineering at the University of Sydney and colleagues have developed the Phoenix 99. A new implantable device designed to restore vision to individuals with retinal degeneration. Their findings were published in the journal Biomaterials. In unimpaired vision, light is taken in by photoreceptors, which turn that light into electrical signals. From there, those signals are processed and sent to the brain. Certain diseases, such as retinitis pigmentosa and age-related macular degeneration, AMD, damage those photoreceptors, stopping vision at the first checkpoint. The Phoenix 99 is designed to bypass that initial step, delivering stimulation to the remaining intact visual pathway. It goes into some quotes here from the guy, and then users of the Phoenix 99, a device or a device like it, won't regain the full suite of vision they might once have had, but scientists hope that with some individual tweaking, they will receive a level of vision which is useful for navigating the environment. So, yeah, okay, there you go. It's not like perfect yet. And then there are some challenges or constraints. When it comes to the resolution these sorts of devices are able to deliver, because that's part of the issue here. You know, what kind of resolution are we talking? Because it'd be crazy if these people who are trying to get restoration of vision just see everything in 8-bit, you know? It's like they're living a real life metaverse. The first is the relationship between the size of the electrodes and the electrical current that are capable of, or they are capable of delivering. In order to stimulate the cells, a certain level of current is needed, and smaller electrodes deliver less of it. In order to achieve higher resolution, we need to develop smaller electrodes which are simultaneously capable of delivering more current. Large electrodes also have the tendency to trigger activation in multiple neurons at once, some of which may be sending conflicting signals which the brain struggles to interpret. These are challenges we will need to overcome if we want to improve the sorts of sensory information we're able to artificially deliver to the brain. Man, we've come to the point now where it's like, you know, we've talked about the MK Ultra stuff. A lot of people know about that kind of shock therapy and stuff like that. But we're at the point where it's like, oh, we have to fine tune the level of electricity being sent to the brain so we don't, you know, basically fry the brain, but we also are sending enough to mimic certain deficiencies.
Yeah. Of course, you certainly need to find balances in those things, but it's pretty incredible what they have achieved and what they are trying to achieve here. It's the first time that we've seen, at least released, or I guess the first time you and I have really come across something that seems viable, and seems reasonable too. I mean, you look at the diagrams that they have here on this page. You know, there's some electronics that attach to the back of the eyeball, which then go back to a little port type thing that is installed in the side of the head by the ear, and then it looks like there's a pair of glasses you wear that connect to that little port, perhaps magnetically or with some other sort of transference, and then that goes back to the brain. There's also a phone involved for some reason. Like, you got to have the phone involved. How else is the NSA going to tap into your electronic eyeball?
Yeah.
So, you know, it looks, I mean, at least the idea of it is the most comprehensive layout we've seen so far.
Right.
And also, you know, it seems with what we know right now, the state of brain-computer interfaces and Neuralink and things like that, it looks like it could be easily sort of integrated into that sort of motherboard system of Neuralink.
Yeah.
You know, being a foundation to build off of to add these cybernetics to.
Right.
I don't think they mention Neuralink per se,
No,
but
they don't.
that's what it would take for a sort of full integration, I think. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, well, to test it out here, because it is an implant. It's like an actual physical implant. Before they can get their devices into the hands or eyes of people who need them, they needed to show that the surgery was safe and that the body would accept the implant. To that end, the team implanted 9 devices into sheep. Interesting number, 9, who served as model organisms. Getting reliable data about visual improvements from animals is a challenge, as they're not able to vocalize whether or when their vision improves.
Yet. First, they have to build the implant that lets the sheeps talk.
Right.
And then from there, they can start with the eyeballs.
The focus of these experiments was validating the biocompatibility of the Phoenix 99 and improving the surgical process. Quote, "We wanted to look at everything that happens to the sheep after the surgery and then ask questions like, if we add a suture here or make this change, can we improve the surgery and the recovery?" Eggenberger said. Oh man, it's you know, there's something about like true scientific progress that is just so cold-blooded, you know, just, we're just going to cut you open and see if it's better here, cut there. All told, the surgeries were a success. Some minor complications were observed in early test cases, but the team did make the necessary adjustments and ended up with a procedure they believe will work well in humans with minimal impact on the body tissues. With the prototype and proof of concept in hand, the team is poised to begin conversations with ethics committees and regulatory boards about moving to human trials. Though Eggenberger is cautious that trials might be years away, noting there will likely be a back and forth before they'll be ready to take that step. Once trials are in place, the team can verify the device works for the restoration of lost vision. It might also be able to supplement vision, which is in decline but not totally lost. Because the Phoenix 99 resides behind the retina, it could allow for residual vision to remain in place while taking in sensory information from the areas that have degraded. Moreover, the implant has the potential to deliver novel types of vision outside the normal spectrum. Quote, "All the implant does is stimulate in certain areas, and it is as it is instructed to. There's nothing that would stop us from integrating different types of cameras or capture something like infrared. There's nothing to stop us from giving night vision. You don't have to rely on actual incident light.
There's nothing to stop us."
Yeah, Eggenberger.
That's a pretty intense way to put it.
Yeah, you can look at it from different wavelengths. He sounds like the new agey type folks that were talking in like 2010. You know, like all the different abilities that we will have once we upgrade. And Eggenberger, interesting name, you know. It's like it's not a nothing burger. He eggs it on, so he's an eggin burger.
Okay.
That's my dad joke.
Good. Very good.
All of that, of course, is speculative. I'm going to get to this is the last sentence. Priorities must be taken into account, and we first have to get these devices to those with vision loss who would most benefit from them. Then later on, the rest of us can get predator vision. So, yeah.
Nice.
It's funny how they're like, we got to get the people that can't see to make sure it works or whatever. But then after that, we will have it.
They're being very transparent about something that you and I have pointed out for years, which is, it always starts with the healing. It starts as a way to make the broken whole again. It's a way to able the disabled. That's always the selling point with cybernetics and other, gadgets, implantable gadgets. But we know, because over and over and over again, it goes this way, that it's the PR is for medical purposes. And then once it's available and viable, it moves immediately into the commercial space. And that's where the concerns begin.
Well, it's the restoration versus enhancement conversation. Where's the line that is where you're restoring somebody? Where's that line where it crosses into enhancement? And people that are disabled, are they going to be the first to really dive into the enhancements? Because again, it's a two-way street. Once you open that street, it's like, we can improve it, but we can also make you have superhuman abilities.
Yeah, historically, yes. I mean, we've been following this biomodding and biohacking cybernetics culture, which was an underground culture for a very long time. I mean, we reported on plenty of these guys who did all their own implants and got creative with all this crazy stuff. It was sort of an underground thing. And even they sort of like to gain the respect of the mainstream culture, they would always put it in the context of, fixing something that is broken within individual human beings. But then inevitably, they always try to amp it up to become superhuman.
Yeah.
It's just sort of the nature of how it's gone. Historically, this is not conjecture or conspiracy theory. It's just how it's happened every year since we started following this stuff.
Yep. And to wrap it up, but also, do a little 666 analysis here. So the item is called the Phoenix 99, right? Mm-hmm. The Phoenix 99. We know about the Rising Phoenix, the Economist cover from 1988, the Olympics. The occult. They love the Phoenix, the Rising Phoenix out of the ashes. Which is all part of the Great Reset conversation too. But so Phoenix 99 is the name of the device, and they put 9 devices into the sheep. So that's 3 9s. But then when you think about the eyeball, doesn't the human eye, when it goes through the lens and it hits the optic nerve, doesn't it come in upside down?
From what I learned in high school, yeah.
Yeah. So you have 3 9s, you flip them upside down. You got 3 6s, baby.
There. Okay, he got there. We made it.
We made it. Yeah, that's the rabbit hole right there.
And I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
All right. Are you ready for some COVID? Corona? Is it Corona time?
It's Corona time.
It's Corona time. COVID-19. COVID-19. COVID-19.
COVID-19.
Yes. COVID-19. COVID-19. Coronavirus. Vaccine number one way.
Vaccine number one way is what we're told. Let's start out here. There's an interesting video floating around the social medias, a clip of Christine Anderson. And Christine Anderson is a member of the EU, European Union Parliament, representing Germany. And she had this video going around. Let's take a look.
Here we go.
This message goes out to the people in Australia. My name is Christine Anderson. I'm a member of European Parliament, and I'm answering your SOS call. I will do whatever I can to make it known to the world that your once free and liberal democracy has been transformed into a totalitarian regime which tramples on human rights, civil liberties, and the rule of law. I'm imploring all of you around the world who still think your governments are looking out for your best interest. At no point in history have the people forcing others into compliance been the good guys. The welfare of humanity has always been the alibi of tyrants. Do you not realize that this vaccine does not protect you from COVID? It does, however, protect you from governmental oppression. For now, that is. But don't think for even a second that this is not going to change tomorrow. I'm a German, and we once asked our grandparents how they could have just stood by in silence, allowing a horrific totalitarian regime to come about. Anyone could have known. All they had to do was open their eyes and take a look. The vast majority chose not to. So, what will you tell your grandchildren? Will you tell them you didn't know? Will you tell them you were just following orders? You need to understand, it isn't about breaking the fourth wave. It is all about breaking people. Australia does not need a no-COVID strategy. What Australia needs is a no-oppression strategy. So I stand in support with your fight for freedom and democracy. We need to stop our governments from transforming our free and democratic societies into totalitarian regimes. We need to do it now. We need to stand up now.
There you go. Wow.
Yeah. This is Christine Anderson. I believe that's at least the American pronunciation of her name here. Christine Anderson. She's a German representative in the European Parliament. And yeah, very strong, no buts about it, rebuke of the, not just the Australian no COVID policies that are arresting people and detaining them for 2 weeks, even if they don't ever test positive for COVID. But it's just sort of calling out governments from around the world. And I'm like, wow, who is this lady? This lady is, you'd think that this is some sort of European, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or something. This lady and Marjorie Taylor Greene would agree.
Yeah, what 8chan nonsense is she spewing?
Right.
Yeah.
But I have her page here. I put the link in there, Gonz.
It's already up.
This is her European Parliament sort of bio page on europarl.europa.eu. Christine Anderson, she's part of the Identity and Democracy Group. So, you're kind of looking at, I'm assuming, look, let me start by saying, as an American, I don't fully understand the divides in European politics. It would be sort of Amerocentric to assume that these sort of ideological things fall on the same sides of the spectrum as they do here in the U.S. But I still find it very interesting. You go down her list here. She is a member of the Committee on Culture and Education, a member of the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality. And so, she's a pretty social justice-y person here.
Yeah.
But she's also a member on the Special Committee on Artificial Intelligence in a Digital Age, which is one of the special committees that we've been reporting on when the EU keeps coming out with these pretty fairly agreeable statements about how AI needs to be limited, how governments should be restricted in their using of facial recognition and artificial intelligence. And, that's always been something that's, I don't know, not confused us, but kind of it doesn't fit into the normal American idea of a liberal person,
Right.
And so that's always, given us something to sort of pontificate about. But she's in that group. She's part of the group trying to restrict AI, trying to restrict facial recognition, all the sort of technocratic things. She's also a substitute in the Committee on the Internal Market and Consumer Protection. And she's got a list of her most recent activities. Urgent need for deterrence campaigns to combat illegal migration and people smuggling. So kind of mixed in there is like anti-immigration type of ideas, or at least at the very least, human trafficking type of issues there. So yeah, a very interesting lady. I don't know much more about her, but from that video, it seems pretty astounding for someone in her position to be coming out so strongly against the tyrannical, pandemic controls of Australia, especially when her home country, Germany, is sort of playing with those ideas. Of course, not as much as Austria, but Austria being a good example of the types of things being put into place in Europe. And so, I don't know, I found it heartening that there are people in power, at least in this EU parliamentary sense, who are speaking out. It's not now, of course, it always goes to the conversation about controlled opposition and yada, yada, yada. But I think it's a positive thing, at least, to hear someone in her position echoing, what would be considered sort of wildly hard, right, white supremacist, militia-loving Marjorie Taylor Greene speak. This is coming from a progressive identity and democracy, liberal European bureaucrat, which I just found fascinating.
Yeah, part of the entire Great Reset shakeup situation here, I think, is to draw some clearer lines within these institutions when it comes to some of these issues and taking sides on it. And clearly she's taking a side. And that, I don't know. I think that on one level, it is refreshing to hear a member of the European Parliament say something like that. But also, why are we hearing it from a European Parliament member? Why? Like you have to step back and think like, okay, much like Trump was able to stoke the hearts and minds of people that felt disenfranchised. Maybe it feels good because we've been deprived of this type of critical thinking for so long that whenever it's there, we latch onto it. Oh my gosh, she's on our side. Yeah, that's right. Part of the psyop,
even if it's not a psyop in sort of a
like an official way, a
lizard person sense, it could easily just be a political move for her. It's political because there's riots and all sorts of crazy things happening.
I mean, this
in Europe.
Is just logistically, by saying what she did, she's going to go viral. She's going to get play. It's a good political move for sure. So I mean, again, yes, refreshing on one level, but also got to think about who these people are ultimately, what level they're at,
At the very least, she is a politician who will politically benefit from putting this out.
Yes.
So, there you go. Very interesting.
Yeah, whoever it is, maybe Q is in her ear. Maybe she knows something.
Oh, jeez.
Which brings me to a clip here from a very popular crypto YouTuber. His name is Bitboy Crypto. That's what he goes by. His name's Ben Armstrong, and he's got a pretty. I mean, I think he's got one of the biggest crypto channels out there, and he's got like over 1 million subscribers, and he's got building his whole crypto online media empire. He's on TikTok and all this kind of stuff, but he has had an opinion about the Omicron variant and what it means for us and all this kind of stuff. And he has a source. They call him Mr. X.
Oh,
some source that gives him all this information.
Oh, please.
I know.
Okay.
I know, which is hilarious because, they've been right on some things. They've been wrong about other things. Actually, they were completely wrong about some of the bigger price narratives of Bitcoin this year. I think a lot of people are wrong, actually. But anyway, here he is talking about Omicron and the data coming out of South Africa and what the narrative of Omicron will ultimately be.
That he's the one that's been sending me a lot of these reports.
He's talking about Mr. X.
Coming out of South Africa. And I'm going to say it again. We're not a pandemic channel. We're not going to talk about the pandemic. They removed both my TikTok videos.
Oh, they did?
Community guidelines.
Interesting.
Yeah. But what you guys are going to see is this is true, what is coming out of South Africa, which is, if you look at the death rate chart and the case chart, I made a TikTok short about this. There have been 4 major spikes in South Africa since the beginning of the pandemic, going back to March of 2020. Every time there's a big spike, there's also a death spike. It does trail it a little bit, okay? It does trail it a little bit. But where we're at in the parabolic spike of cases for the pandemic with the new variant in South Africa, we have already passed the point where the deaths should have started increasing. But this is rare. We've not seen this. The deaths are decreasing. The overall deaths are decreasing at a time when the cases are spiking. Why? This is going to become the dominant strain. You're already hearing stuff coming out of the media about this. It started coming out today and last night. Old Dr. Grouchy, he said, it looks like it's too early to tell, but it looks like this is not as severe as the last variant. Basically, this is nothing more than the flu. This new variant is nothing more than the flu. People will get sick. There's been no deaths. There's been 0 deaths from this variant. 0. It's in 40 countries right now. Parabolic in South Africa. 0 deaths from it. So this is setting us up for this to become the one that gives us herd immunity, because it's more resistant to the jab. It's also more resistant to natural immunity, meaning if you had it before, you can get it again much more easily with this. So this is setting us up for the end of this pandemic by March, and that also sets us up next year for the deflation to come in, like we've been talking about, the deflation to come in as the money train is over, as now nobody has any more excuses about not going to work.
There you go. Some pretty bold predictions there from Mr. X.
I mean, that's actually not that crazy.
I know.
Not that bold. I mean,
it doesn't sound that crazy. I know.
This is, I mean, more or less, there's a little bit of editorializing in what you just played.
Yeah.
But more or less, that's what the doctors in South Africa have been saying.
Yeah.
The woman who discovered the Omicron variant is basically saying the same thing, that it's really not a big deal. Everybody's blowing this way out of proportion. It's actually way milder of a version of COVID. It's basically just a cold. It's sort of reverting back to, what coronaviruses used to mean, which is coronavirus, the cold.
Right.
So yeah, no, we're hearing this all over the place.
Well, we dropped the clip, but there was a World Health Organization spokesman, Christian Lindmeier, who basically mentioned that the Delta variant is still the dominant strain. So they're trying to. I think they're trying to hold on to that, but also pay attention to all the people that have acted regionally or whatever so quickly with the Omicron news. There's like Omicron. It's like, oh, we got to shut it down. We shut down countries, travel, blah, blah, all that stuff. It goes to show, like, okay, yeah, this is completely not about health here. This is all about control.
Right.
So anyway, I just thought it was interesting coming from a crypto news guy, crypto channel, and Mr. X, which again, whatever about Mr. X. But
I don't know if playing that clip gets us banned. We're gonna have to put that in the appeal that this is not what we're about.
No, we're not about that.
Here's some mainstream sources that back up everything he said.
Might as well. This is as close to mainstream as alternative stream is. I mean, he gets thousands of views per live stream and hundreds of thousands of views, and he's got 1.5 million subs on YouTube. He's got 1 million people following him on TikTok. So
yeah, okay. Well, if they don't, but that's the problem, though. They'll ban us for playing his clip, but they won't ban him.
Well, he's been banned before. He said his TikTok was banned.
Sure. Well, TikTok, that's different. You just say something about China and you get kicked
That's true. Yeah, he's pretty anti-China, by the way.
Yeah.
So anyway, I just thought that was interesting, and we can kind of see if there's any truth to this idea that once the facts start coming out about Omicron, if it's the end of the pandemic. Like, would the media say, the pandemic is over? Would they ever even admit that? It's
right.
kind of
if these variants keep getting less dangerous and less dangerous and less dangerous, it would show that the coronavirus is moving in a direction that is manageable.
Right.
Which would be unfortunate for the vaccine makers.
Right.
So I'm not holding my breath.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he might have been hovering over some facts about the issue, but in terms of what actually plays out, that's a whole nother thing. So anyway, I just thought that was interesting. So
here's an update. Here's an update from the Boston Herald. The headline reads, NYC and New York City to impose vaccine mandate on private sector employers.
Oh, there it is.
It's coming to America, baby.
Oh, this is a de Blasio.
Vaccination.
Yeah, hamburger vaccine guy.
Mm-hmm. From big Wall Street banks to corner grocery stores, all private employers in New York City will have to require their workers to get vaccinated against COVID-19. The mayor announced Monday in the most sweeping vaccine mandate of any state or big city in the U.S. The move by Mayor Bill de Blasio comes as cases are climbing again in the U.S. and the worrisome but little understood Omicron variant is gaining a toehold in the nation's largest city and elsewhere around the country. Quote, we in New York City have decided to use a preemptive strike to really do something bold to stop the further growth of COVID and the dangers it's causing to all of us, he said. De Blasio, a Democrat with just weeks left in office, said the mandate will take effect December 27th, with in-person workers needing to provide proof they have received at least one dose of the vaccine, and they will not be allowed to get out of the requirement by agreeing to regular COVID-19 testing instead. The measure will apply to roughly 184,000 businesses not covered by previous vaccine mandates, ranging from multinational corporations to mom-and-pop businesses in the city of 8.8 million people. According to a spokesperson for the mayor, the city's private sector workforce is 3.7 million. Also, anyone 12 or older who wants to dine indoors at a restaurant, go to the gym, or see a show will have to produce proof of having received 2 shots of the vaccine, up from the current requirement of 1 dose, the mayor said, and children 5 to 11 will have to show proof of at least 1 shot. De Blasio said the moves are aimed at staving off a spike of infections amid holiday gatherings and the cold weather, which drives more people indoors, where the virus can spread more easily. Phil Penta, who runs a specialty grocery store called Three Guys from Brooklyn, said the impending mandate could put him in a bind by forcing him to fire valued employees who are holding out against the vaccine. Quote, everybody wants to do the right thing, but the right thing is different for everybody, said Penta, who said the vast majority of his roughly 36 employees have been vaccinated. He added, quote, I respect the right to say they don't want to take it. And then it goes into a bigger thing there. But yeah, this I don't think comes as a surprise, considering de Blasio's reaction to the pandemic as a whole. Mm-hmm. But this is not great. I mean, this is a Australia level mandate coming from a mayor of a city, which, look. A mayor of a city having that kind of authority is really problematic. I mean, the president doesn't have the authority to mandate a vaccine. So what gives the mayor the authority to do so? I mean, it's obvious that Mayor Bill de Blasio is sort of a corrupt politician who is hooked into all sorts of unsavory financial gains, as well as being an elite lizard person in the financial structures of our entire country. So, he's just doing the bidding of the overlords, really. But this could be a toehold for the mandates to spread across the country. And this is the time. This is the time. I mean, Americans have been watching what's happening overseas in Austria and Australia and other places and thinking, oh, man, that is horrible. That would never happen here. Or maybe it will happen, but it won't happen to me. Well, people are going to have to start putting their money where their mouth is. Now, the notoriously liberal New York City, I'm sure, will have relatively little pushback. But in a city that has such a problem with homelessness already, to basically relegate a certain group of people to homelessness or crime to be able to pay their rent and survive with astronomical rent in New York, et cetera, et cetera. He's basically creating he's going to be creating a homelessness problem in the middle of winter. I mean, this is a death sentence, really. He's saying either get vaccinated or die on the streets in the cold winter, is what he's saying. This is an incredibly sinister thing that he's doing, and the timing of it just adds that much more on.
Well, it's right along the lines of other politicians and world leaders we've heard. There was a clip, I forget who it was, but a few weeks ago, he was one of the either UN or EU, one of these officials came out and said like, oh, if we're, you either get vaccinated or you die, you choose your death or something like that.
No, what he said was, in a year or whatever, he gave some timeline. In 6 months, you're either going to be vaccinated, have had COVID, or dead.
Right. Okay. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. So,
and I think it's, to take a step back in sort of a meta big picture sense as well, the pandemic saw record numbers of people moving out of big cities and into the country. In 2020, late 2020 especially, people just decided, oh, we're getting out of the city. We are done with this. We are out. And just millions of people left big cities to move out to smaller communities. And then just a few months ago, we saw the trend reverse where all these city folks are like, oh, it's weird out here in the country. We need to move back to the city. And they all started moving back to the city after thinking that they've avoided the worst of, everything. And that's what caused skyrocketing rental prices. You got, millions of people moving back into the cities. And it's just unfortunate because they're paying a fortune to move back to the city just to be mandated to be vaccinated, which a lot of them were trying to avoid.
Yeah.
So it's really a genius ploy on a large scale that the mayor or his handlers have created here for a lot of reasons, not just financially for the vaccine companies, but also financially for the real estate market, et cetera, et cetera.
Yep, and we'll hear more about New York after the break, but moving along here in COVID, I am WACCINE segment here. Brussels Times, 20 people arrested and 6 injured following coronavirus demonstrations in Brussels. So just a little update on things happening around the world and just more. I mean, some of these images, too. It's as dystopic as it gets. You got your line of police with their riot gear.
Yeah, you've got the
stormtroopers, and then just normal citizens with their hands up. And it says here, 4 demonstrators and 2 police officers Brussels police have said they arrested 20 people on Sunday after demonstrations in Brussels against the government's latest measures to stop the spread of the coronavirus. Okay, yeah,
so
right.
It's not about mandates. It's not about forced vaccinations. It's about the government's latest measures to stop the spread of coronavirus.
Please. That is propaganda proper,
yes,
right there.
It is.
4 demonstrators and 2 police officers were also injured, according to Belga news agency. 8,000 people took part in the demonstration, according to a police estimate. 8,000.
That's a lot of people.
A lot of people. The demonstration was largely uneventful, but a small group of people clashed with police when the march reached its final destination near Schumann. Police responded with a water cannon and tear gas, which resulted in some injuries. Several police vehicles were also damaged. The protesters had gathered at Brussels North Station at around midday, and the march kicked off around 1:30 p.m. It was led by a delegation of firemen in uniform on the first row, as well as nursing staff. And that's all it says. That's all we get.
Wow.
But yeah,
firemen and nurses
seems like
marching against mandates, clashing with the stormtroopered militarized police.
It sounds like some pretty important citizens of a community, nurses and firemen.
Yeah, which is why it's the smart thing to do for politicians like Christine Anderson to realize that you should take the side of the people, or else you're going to end up being marched through the streets, perhaps not on your own volition.
Yep. Okay, this next one, you can read it. It's one of those the articles that is just so fits in so well with our whole podcast here and the breakdown of it. Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, this is some comments on fake news and things like that,
right.
Them trying to deconstruct. Yeah, so this is coming from Bloomberg.com. Headline is How a Vaccine Side Effect Database Sowed Doubt in Vaccinations. Midway into the pandemic, University of Alabama epidemiologist Bertha Hidalgo realized her COVID communication strategy needed a makeover. She was skipping basic biology lessons in favor of simply telling people the best ways to moderate their behavior in response to the virus. Instead of helping people better understand the virus, her approach sometimes backfired, introducing more doubt instead of less. Quote, "My method was, these are the facts, and this is what you need to do," she said. What she quickly learned was that people didn't have enough base knowledge to accept what she was presenting as fact. Yeah, so what she's saying here is they're too stupid to just take me at my word.
Yeah,
I'm a scientist.
Yeah, I know.
These stupid citizens. Quote, "A lot of people have forgotten what they learned in science in high school or college," she said. Oh my gosh. "The uneducated peasants won't just listen to me." It sort of reeks of the petulance of the Biden administration.
Yeah.
One of the greatest, though least discussed, challenges of the pandemic has been effective public health communication. Give people too little information and risk anti-vaccine forces swooping in to fill the information void with falsehoods. On the other hand, too much information without the necessary context can create confusion too. Quote, "Communications is always the forgotten cousin in public health," said Angus Thompson, a social scientist at the United Nations Children's Fund, who studies vaccine demand. Quote, "We just don't invest in it at all."
There's a lot in there that's kind of like, huh?
Yeah, there's a
social scientist. Okay, I was a social
United Nations Children's Fund.
Yeah, the Children's Fund,
which has traditionally been racked with problems.
Who studies vaccine demand?
Yeah, weird. Study vaccine demand.
Hey, Angus, shift your attention. Let's get some data on vaccine demand. Nobody wants it.
Study it more.
Study it.
In general, public health entities haven't much focused on education about topics such as vaccine side effects or efficacy rates. The result of this lack of investment is an information vacuum that can unwittingly provide an opportunity for anti-vaccine narratives to take hold. Oh, you mean like when people look at the studies themselves and look at the science without your propaganda filter on top of it? Is that what you mean? Or do you mean when the FDA refuses to release important information that it legally is responsible for releasing to people? Is that what you're talking about? I don't think that's what they're talking about. Take the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, a government-run clearinghouse for potential issues with vaccines that has become a favored talking point among anti-vaccine groups. VAERS is a crucial monitoring system that helps both the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Food and Drug Administration spot problems with vaccines early on. The rollout of the Johnson & Johnson COVID shot was paused, for example, after just 6 cases of blood clots were reported to VAERS out of nearly 7 million doses administered. Accessing the database requires first agreeing to have read a long list of disclaimers. Anyone can report an adverse reaction, and they haven't been verified or fact-checked. In fact, vaccine providers are urged to report any health problem that occurs after vaccination to the database, whether or not it seems likely the vaccine was the cause. How are those two things connected? They're saying anybody can report. In fact, vaccine providers are urged. Okay, they're urged. They're not required. So, no, your vaccine providers are not going to report something that is going to be against their best interest.
Yeah.
Sorry, unless they're legally obligated, which they are not. And what does that have anything to do with anyone can report an adverse reaction? Anyways, the existence of VAERS is little discussed by public health figureheads. If you already know about the database, you may have learned about it via anti-vaccine propaganda. Yes, that's how you know it's propaganda, when they are referring to official government databases. You know, that's like the key strategy of people trying to lie to you is they use government information.
I love this.
They may have a good point here, Gonz.
I love this. I love how they're like, oh, this VAERS thing that the government has been using as a database. If you only...
The government lies. They use these government lies as anti-vaccine things.
If you're new to this line of thinking and study or whatever, you've got to read this and be like, wait a minute. So they're saying that their own database is something that, you don't want us to know about it?
They literally just told us that the FDA and the CDC use the VAERS database to decide when to take a vaccine off the market. They literally just gave us an example of that with the Johnson & Johnson shot. And then they say, but don't trust it. It's lies. It's used for propaganda and falsely promotes evidence that vaccines have harmful effects. Okay, well, which is it? Is it good enough for the FDA and the CDC, or is it not good information? They just go back and forth, which is, of course, the whole strategy here. On Facebook, videos of people reading lists of reported side effects have gone viral. Children's Health Defense, an organization headed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., one of the internet's most influential anti-vaxxers, regularly touts VAERS statistics in its daily newsletter and has encouraged its readers to report on their own side effects. Again, simply because the word anti-vaxxer is in there, we're supposed to think that this is a bad thing. But again, it's the government data. Just because he sends a newsletter with the government data, oh, he's obviously a propagandist shill.
Yeah.
It doesn't take much to twist facts out of context. The Children's Health Defense typically cites accurate statistics from the VAERS database in misleading newsletter headlines. Again, which is
that?
Are they
hilarious.
Accurate statistics or are they inaccurate statistics? But headlines often omit or misrepresent context, touting the numbers as proof of harmful vaccine side effects when they are nothing of the sort. Oh, you know, all those reported side effects and deaths. Oh, they are not harmful. Anyways, quote, VAERS COVID vaccine data shows surge in reports of serious injuries as 5-year-olds start getting shots. Read one earlier this month. VAERS reports of deaths after COVID near 16,000, read another. The statistic on the number of deaths in VAERS, for example, also fails to clarify that someone is dying after vaccination does not mean the vaccine actually caused their death. Yes, that is...
kind of like how once people got infected with COVID and they died, doesn't necessarily... but in that case, the COVID killed them. So, sorry.
Exactly.
I didn't
nice double standard for independent media and the legacy corporate media.
Yeah.
Here's a parenthetical. There is also suspicion that the anti-vaccine activists have purposefully inflated the number of reports in the database. There is also suspicion.
Oh my gosh.
There is suspicion. Okay. Why are you reporting on suspicion?
The anti-vaxxers are so powerful that they have been able to mess up your data, your database, your precious VAERS.
And the article goes on and on and on for about 50 more paragraphs of the same thing. So I don't think we need to go that much deeper into it.
Oh, you didn't want to do the shark attack analogy?
No, we've heard. I mean, we can. We've done.
No, you don't have to.
No. But we all know the shark attack analogy. It is a truly impotent attempt.
It is. It's funny.
Again, I don't know whether they're trying to legitimize the government data or delegitimize the government data. I really don't know what they're trying to do here. And I think that's the point. You know, they're not really trying to do either of those things. They're just trying to say, don't listen to anti-vaxxers. Don't worry about it. You know, don't listen to their evidence. It's from this faulty database that also the FDA and CDC makes decisions on. But you shouldn't even think about it. Don't even look at it. Don't even think about it. Just listen to Fauci.
You know, this article also has at the bottom here a success case, like an anecdotal success case of convincing somebody with science. Yeah. And let me just read it because it's kind of I don't know. They see this as such a powerful moment for the the pro-vax people. Okay, so quote, we've got to get information in the right format for people. So it's the whole idea of presenting the right information in the right way.
Right.
In Bertha Hidalgo's case, she found that sharing more in-depth detail often helped people be more open to facts about the virus. Quote, my approach became breaking down the science. Like, this is exactly like what cells are. This is how the vaccine is made, and this is how the vaccine works, she said. In making the case for masks, she found she got more buy-in from people when she explained how the virus is trapped within saliva and mucus particles, and those particles could therefore also become trapped within the weave of a mask. Quote, I got so many aha moments from people after sharing information like that, she said. As Hidalgo adopted this new strategy, one vaccine-hesitant Instagram follower began sending her direct messages with questions about the virus and vaccine. Sometimes they shared misinformation with her. Hidalgo would always respond. Eventually, her follower got vaccinated, as did their significant other. Quote, that was a really big win, she said. Again, this is like, okay, what is the take? What is your call to action for these people? Like, okay, share how viruses work, or share how cells work.
It's funny because, I mean, she's right. The thing is that she's right because, as we read, so long ago, what was it, a Harvard study or I forget where and who did the study. It was so long ago. It was last year. That talked about how the anti-maskers were much more sophisticated in their knowledge of the science versus pro-maskers. They found pro-maskers knew jack nothing about the actual science of masks, whereas anti-maskers knew everything about the science of masks. And so, it's interesting. I don't believe her story, first of all. I think that's fake. I don't know. Who knows? Whatever. I'm not calling her a liar. Just saying I don't think that story happened in the way that she said it did. Or if it did happen, that was the only time that it happened.
It was so notable that it gets memorialized in the Bloomberg article about all this stuff going on.
Exactly. And because the fact of the matter is, when people are actually equipped with the data, people who equip themselves with the science, with the data, and don't just have it spoon-fed to them, they are the ones who are skeptical. I'm not even saying they're all anti-maskers or anti-vaxxers or whatever, but they are at least skeptical of the scientific establishment that is so wrapped up in the global financial establishment, the government control establishment, that they at least get to make their own decision rather than being shamed or coerced into it. And they don't like that. They don't like that at all, the establishments. So anyways, I think that's a good time to take a break, Gonz.
It's all about the data.
Party time.
Go ahead and put CanaryCry.Party into your URL, and it will take you to a LINKTREE with all kinds of links to all the things we do. Subscribe to our email list. You can explore all the platforms where we live stream. You can connect with others on different social media platforms. But also, there's a big support button there for anybody who wants to support the show. You can do it right there at CanaryCry.Party.
Do it. Do it now, folks, especially you YouTubers, because after today's show, it would not surprise me if we get another strike tomorrow.
Who did we offend? What did we say? We say
We're just
today?
saying the truth.
Yeah.
We're just saying the truth.
Which, by the way, I know for YouTubers listening, because I know it's always the biggest crowd, the numbers are the
By
people
far.
on YouTube. YouTube did not tell us what we did. Like, they just told us we violated community guidelines, but like not exactly what.
I think this one was for cyberbullying, wasn't it?
Was it cyberbullying?
I don't know. That one always makes me laugh.
We made threats, apparently, like violent threats or something.
Yeah,
it was like,
right.
okay.
No, it was because of the episode about the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict.
Yeah.
And so apparently we were glorifying violence by reading the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict.
No, don't say his name.
Violence.
Don't say his name.
True.
It's white supremacy. Don't do
true.
it. Yeah.
No, he's a bad guy. Everybody, YouTube, don't cancel us.
Yeah.
Okay. What was I gonna?
We're breaking. We're breaking.
Yes, we're breaking. We're breaking. Hit the break. Okay, folks, we're just going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break, we've got some very interesting Epstein updates in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. We've also got a great reset and Build Back Better section, and some very interesting things happening in politics around the world that you should know about. So stick around after the break, but right now we're going to thank some producers. Woo! That's right. I said producers. That's because we are on the value for value model, folks. If you don't know, let me learn you something. You may notice no advertisements, no affiliate codes, no super secret mail enhancement supplements or freedom phones. No, in fact, no corporate money whatsoever, no YouTube partnerships or ads, no Twitch affiliates or whatever. We are completely supported by the producers of the show. And who are the producers, you might ask? Well, dear listener, the producers are you. Producers are individuals who have decided to take responsibility for their own media future, not just their own, but the media future of the world. Because as we know, the advertising industry is the machine. It is the engine to the machine, not just to the complete nonsense of the legacy corporate media. Because remember, that's how they make their money. It's all about advertising. They will say or do whatever they need to say or do in order to amp up that advertising profit margin. But also, advertising is the main source of funding for the big evil Silicon Valley companies. You talk about Google, talk about Facebook, talk about Meta, whatever the case may be. Mark Zuckerberg testified to Congress that they make their money off of advertising. And so why would they do that? Well, advertising is a very effective way to make money, because all you really need to do is gain as much attention, gain as much trust, gain as many listeners as possible and followers, and then convert that trust, convert their consciousness and their very valuable time into dollars via advertising. And we know that the advertising industry takes advantage of decades and decades and billions of dollars worth of research to just find the very perfect way to manipulate your own psychology against you. For what purpose? To what end, you might be asking? Well, for the very purpose of manipulating you into thinking that if you just spent money on this particular product or this service, that you will finally find happiness, completeness, and wholeness, whatever situation you are in your life. It could be made better by just spending some money and participating in the sort of corporate capitalist machine. Well, maybe it will, maybe it won't bring you happiness, but the fact of the matter is that we decided that participating in the sadistic and manipulative tactics by the advertising industry and giving in to the incentives and the motivation to think of you, dear listener, as a number, as a piece of cattle, as a commodity that we can pack up and ship off to an advertising company for our own personal gain. It's just really not the way we want to live our lives. It's just not really the way we want to make our money. That's blood money, as far as I'm concerned. May sound sort of hyperbolic, but I do feel that way very strongly. And so we take no corporate money whatsoever. No corporate money means no corporate influence, which means we can be true independent media. Talk about whatever we want to talk about, have opinions about whatever we want to have opinions about, You may agree with some of them. You may not agree with some of them, but at least you know that there is no corporate money involved. And it's called the value for value model. And those listeners who want to take responsibility, join the revolution, and keep independent media truly independent, become producers of the show. And there's a couple of ways you can do that. You can head over to patreon.com/CCNT. However, there is just a slaughter happening over on Patreon. I'm hoping that those are people who are producing in other ways. But, some people don't like Patreon, and that's why we have CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support. That's right. CanaryCry.Radio.com/support is a wonderful place where you can find all sorts of fun ways to support the show. If you're a cryptocurrency person, you can find all of our public wallets there. If you want to support the show on a monthly basis, if you want to commit to keeping the show going, we are very grateful to all of our monthly producers. Helps lay down a firm foundation to keep the show going. But if commitment is not your thing, you can make a one-time producership in any amount that you'd like over there on the website. And Gonz, are you ready to thank some producers?
I believe so. Ready.
Okay.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, we will start out with our executive producers. We have a dual executive producership for today's episode 419.
Yep.
Who is it?
And the first one we're going to mention here, executive producer, Shivy Shives.
I think it's Shivy Shivs. Thank you very much.
Shivs.
Thank you very much. Executive producer Shivy Shivs coming in as an executive producer. It's a nice round number. So just so everybody is reminded, when it's a nice round solid number, we do not read the amount for the purposes of anonymity. If you want us to read the number, you just add some funkiness in there, add some sense or something. Make it a fun, notable number. An easy way to do that is just add 33 cents, of course. But thank you very much, executive producer Shivy Shivs. Let's hit him with that jingle.
Where'd you find this?
Thank you very much, Shivy Shivs.
Do you think George Soros would support the show anonymously? With I feel like a name like Shivy Shivs.
You know what? If he would, it would be in a much higher amount than I would hope. If he was going to get the whatever it's called, Open Society Foundation involved, that we would get some of that real money, that real DC influencer money. Yeah.
Black goo money. All right, thank you very much.
Black goo money.
Shivy Shivs.
The kind of money that gets you, banned from Hungary.
Yeah, yes. All right, next up we have an anonymous executive producer.
Thank you very much. Executive producer Anonymous. And this is a cryptocurrency producership. So this is our crypto executive producer for the day.
Do we have a crypto jingle?
No.
Okay. But he's an executive producer.
Where'd you find this?
I guess he or she. They sent in 209,333 Satoshis, which I believe qualifies them as Illuminatus.
Yes.
And actually, I think it was a little bit more than $100, but, the markets right now.
You never know.
The markets.
Yeah. That's why we just threw them both into the executive producer here.
Just want to double check to confirm. Yes. Thank you very much, Anonymous. 500 confirmations on this Bitcoin transaction on the 712,457th block on the Bitcoin blockchain.
And it will be there forever.
It will be there forever. Isn't it weird that there hasn't been 1 million blocks mined yet of Bitcoin? You'd think by now, it's
not even close to 1 million.
Well, it's 712,000, or at least when we got it here. So we're almost 3/4 of a million blocks, but just a whole different timekeeping system out there. But yeah, thank you very much, Anonymous. Appreciate it. And I don't think we have any associate executive producers today.
No associate executives, but we do have some calendar producers that we'll zip through here.
Yep.
And we want to thank them especially because they have committed to helping us start out 2022 strong by coming in with a monthly producership in the amount of $20.22. And for that commitment, they will receive as a free gift the 2022 Canary Cry calendar. And if you haven't heard of it yet, maybe you're new to the show, this is the second time producers have put this together. It is a producer-led project. Entirely producer-created product as well, headed up by producer Epony Blaze and producer Isaac, and it includes artworks from some of your favorite Canary Cry artists as the monthly art, and it is chock full of awesome Canary Cry related dates and quotes and Bible verses and keeping track of all the important dates as far as the things we talk about here on the show. I think we'll skip a page today, Gonz. We'll do one on Wednesday.
Sure.
Unless you had one already pulled up.
I didn't. Okay. I actually had the email pulled up in case. No,
please.
We know how calendars work, Basil. We don't need to get the lowdown.
But I will say it is so cool. It is really quickly becoming like the primary Canary Cry collectible because we don't do merch very much. It's a pain in the butt, and also we don't like being in the retail business really. The show is the product. But when producers get to work, they make it happen. And they created the Canary Cry calendar. It's the second year that they've done it. And people are catching on that it is like one of the coolest things that you can own if you are a fan of the show. And we give it to you for free if you commit to helping us start out 2022 strong. And let me read their name. Yep. Here we go. Here's the list of our calendar producers for today's episode.
All right.
Starting with Evelina G.
Thank you, Evelina G.
Thank you very much. Next up, we got Derek H.
Thank you, Derek H.
Woohoo. Then we got Dwight B.
Thank you, Dwight B.
Thank you. And, of course, Veronica D.
Thank you, Veronica D.
Thank you to those who have signed up. I am told, I've got the confirmation, Gonz, that the first round of Canary Cry calendars goes out today. So they made it in the first batch. There will be, we are still sending out more batches, folks. And I think if you I'm not sure exactly when the next batch goes out, but we're early enough in the month that if you're interested in getting your hands on one of these Canary Cry calendars, I highly recommend you do. It's filled with all sorts of cool Easter eggs, a true collectible. And like I said, Gonz and I have nothing to do with it. Completely created by the producers as a way to help produce the show. But you can, like I said, head to CanaryCryRadio.com/support. At the top of that page, you will see a little rundown description, some pictures of the calendar, and a big, long green button. Click on that and follow the instructions. Make sure to hit the monthly recurring box. Make sure to put in your address. Sometimes people forget to do those things. And the Canary Cry calendar should be in your mailbox before Christmas. There is a limited supply. So, if you're interested, get in there, make it happen. But we will just keep it running until we stop, until people are not interested anymore. So, all right, let's keep going.
Very cool. All right, let's get to thanking some more producers here. First up, we have Lisa and Alexa.
Ooh, a double trouble, Lisa and Alexa.
Yeah.
That usually means we need to make up a team name.
Yeah, possible.
Okay.
Possible here.
Well, they came in via snail mail, so why don't you tell us more?
Snail mail, yes. Snail mail, we got a little card here. There's a little thank you card, and it says here, number 4, only way I know to keep track. Number 1 was egg. Number 2, long note, sorry. Number 3, just a thank you from Lisa and Alexa. Number 4, here we are. So this is the 4th note here. Stay blessed and look up. Please, a little prayer for Alexa. She has multiple health issues, gallstone, and cancer. So we are going to call upon the producers.
Producers, assemble!
prayer will be for Alexa and for good health. I mean, that's tough, battling health issues. But yep, they came in and they're at the top of the list here of producers to thank. So
yeah, thank you very much, Lisa and Alexa. And yes, producers around the world are putting. Who was it? Alexa who is sick? Yes, Alexa, you are on the list. There are people all over the world praying for you. So sorry to hear about your health problems, but we have faith that the Lord is ready to get involved.
Yep. Amen. All right. Next up here we have 1A.
1A, he's back, baby. It's been a while. Thank you very much, Juan A. Good to see you. Juan A comes in with 3333. Illuminati Shill. Thank you very much. Juan A has a note here. Sup, homies. It's been a minute. Here's some dinero for yous and yours. Peace to your casas, hermanos. Thank you very much. And peace to your casas, hermano, as well.
Yep.
Great to hear from you.
Yeah, good to see you, Juan A. Thank you very much. Next
up. Hope things are going well.
Yeah. Next, we have Heather. Oh my gosh. Did you spell it wrong? Heather Surus.
I don't know. There you go. Yes. It's Heather Surus, who has been supporting the show on a streak of now 33 episodes in a row.
Illuminated Lizard Master Shill. Officially solidifying Illuminated Lizard Master Shill.
The most exciting streak. That's right, the most exciting streak. Heather Surus, you have made it to the level of an Illuminated Lizard Master Shill. Thank you for supporting the show for so long. And Heather Surus came in for 3333. Illuminatus! And a note. Hey, Bands and Gozel. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Yes, it's been cold, but good. Keep up the good work while spreading the good word. Can we get a hairy legs and a Howard Dean? Much love, Heather S.
I love the hairy legs and the...
It's a thing, man.
I know.
Now we can never play it now without me imagining Heather shaving her legs in the shower and Russ jumping in and scaring her.
Got hairy legs. Got hairy legs.
There he is. There he is, right there, just scaring you. Well,
they love each other so much. Thank you, Heather Surus.
Just relive that moment over and over again.
Congratulations on your streak.
Yes. Yep. Oh, there's a second 33 jingle because it's such a huge milestone.
Illuminated Lizard Master Shill. Illuminated Lizard Master Shill. Lizard. I love that one. All right.
Thank
Who's
you,
next?
Heather Surus. We both put an R there. Now there's two R's. Gosh.
Mm-hmm. We should just have a whole podcast where you and I just sort of describe Google documents that nobody else can see.
We're not on Google Docs. We don't use Google Docs, but okay.
Gonz, don't tell them that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Google Docs, you have been
We want them to try to hack our Google so they don't find our real documents.
Yes. All right. Okay. Next up, Laura C.
Laura C. Thank you very much, Laura, one of our Australian producers. You know, I considered bringing up one of the only Australian terms that I know, which is Sheila. But I don't know if that's rude. Is that a rude term? Anybody? Any Australians in the chat? All right. Well, hopefully I didn't just offend Laura C.
You just offended an entire country of people. They're having it rough down there. Don't be
You know, here's the problem. Is I've known actually a nice handful of Australians, incredibly fun people, especially when you're in college, wild folks. And it was a pretty common term, but then it occurred to me that the Australians I've known would be the ones who would use rude terms on a regular basis. So that's I apologize if that. They were wild, man. The ones I've known they're hard to keep up with. Sure. All right, Laura C comes in with 2333. Illuminatus! Yes, thank you very much, Laura. And note, you guys are the best. Thanks for all your hard work this year. God bless you both, Laura. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
yes, Laura. Hopefully Christine Anderson over in the EU gives some hope to all you Australians over there. Although I'm sure it's looking pretty bleak.
Yeah, what else could she do other than go on video and say some stuff? The Christine Anderson, can she unleash like a rescue mission of some kind?
Nope, she's just nope. Emily, who I believe is another Australian producer of ours. I could be wrong, but I believe Emily is Australian. Says she's a good Sheila, means a nice lady.
Okay, there you go. Good. All right. Good. All right. It's not an offense.
Yeah, well, it could. Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
Who's next?
Next up, Dwight B.
Dwight B. Thank you very much. Dwight B. comes in with 2113, which is 2022 with fees. Thank you very much, Dwight.
Is that separate from the calendar for Dwight B?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Me and Dwight have a whole thing going on.
Okay,
Thank you,
perfect.
Dwight.
Thank you, Dwight. Appreciate that. And next up, we have Sir Salmon's Night of the Fishes.
Sir Salmon's back in the saddle. Coming in with 1133. Where? Let me double check something. Yes, Sir Salmon's did get his streak back and going. 2 episodes in a row. Thank you very much, Sir Salmon's. And a note, happy Monday, lads. Let's hit that Monday jingle. I just love it so much.
Gary, what day is it? Monday. Monday.
I love it. Makes Mondays better. My wife and I found out over Thanksgiving week that our little fish is gonna be a girl. Super excited. No idea what to expect. Got any advice, Gonz? Many blessings from the fishes. Well, congratulations, Sir Salmon's. Cute little baby girl fishy swimming around over there with the family. Gonz, any advice for our producer here?
I don't know. There are some basic practical things that come to mind, but also kind of the grandeur. Just sort of soak it in. Especially if it's a first child. I think the process might be a little more intense. So expect that, but also
so just hold on tight, Sir Salmon's.
Yeah, no. It makes you really, as a person of faith, it really does make you come face to face with the realities of the world and the existence of God and what it comes down to when you go through the process, at least in my brain, was okay, God exists or we're all a bunch of alien critters, one or the other. So.
Okay, wow, that's very meta.
Went with God.
my advice, Sir Salmon's, is get her into Krav Maga classes as early as possible.
There you go,
her to be
practical.
able to rip out tracheas starting at about age 5, if possible.
Okay,
that's just my advice from Uncle Baz.
Always
all right,
the
who's
violence.
next?
Okay, thank you very much, Sir Salmon's. Next up, we have Morv.
It's on a streak. 29 episodes in a row. Thank you, Morv. Comes in with 1111. No.
Oh, yeah. Night of the Fishes for Sir Salmon's. That's a good point people are making in the chat about watch out for the dolphins. As a fish.
Yes, the dolphins. Yeah,
there you go. Anyway, all right. Sorry. Thank you, Morv. Appreciate it. Next up, we have Aaron J.
Aaron J is in the house and on a streak. 3 episodes in a row, which means Aaron J is heating up, baby.
Heating up.
Comes in for 1111 plus $1 and the £1. Oh, I wonder if it's coming in pounds. The £1 is because I'm back to level 1. That's right, folks. Aaron J is our Canary Cry esports athlete, playing and supporting based on his Fortnite level. And the new season of Fortnite has begun, so he's back to level 1. Thank you very much, Aaron.
Thank you, Aaron J.
I actually don't know that. I have to assume that the new season started.
Yeah.
And Aaron J, we have confirmed, has reached the level of knighthood, so we'll be knighting him later on in this episode, or in this break.
Yep. Oh, we are? Okay.
We are. We're doing it.
All right.
It's happening.
Excellent. Did not know that. Surprise for me. This is great. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Aaron J. Next up, we have Sir Casey, the Shield Knight.
Sir Casey, the Shield Knight, is on a streak, of course. Did we decide to wait for the new streak jingle?
I thought for 100, right?
Waiting for 100? Okay. Sir Casey is at level 91 episodes in a row.
Ooh.
And he sends in a note here. Says, producers, assemble.
Producers, assemble!
Says, asking for prayers for my friends, the Bartlett family. Thanks. Okay, producers all around the world, put this down on the list. The Bartlett family needs the prayers. We have no details, but sometimes it's better that way.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sir Casey.
Thank you, Sir Casey.
Yes, prayers to the Bartlett family.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have 57 Chevy Girl.
57 Chevy Girl's on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
15 episodes in a row, which means 57 Chevy Girl is a rocket man.
Rocket man. Burning out his fuse out here alone.
Is she the first one to get or maybe the second or third, to get the Shatner Rocket Man after he had allegedly gone to space and looked at Hades?
Oh, after the flight. Yeah, there hasn't been a whole lot. Maybe it's second or third, something like that.
Yeah.
Small handful.
Post.
And 57 Chevy Girl comes in with 2 installments of a pocket full of 7s plus fees. And let me double check. I did not see a note. Oh, we got a note here. Come on. Happy Monday, Baz and Gonz. Okay.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Happy
you.
Monday to you.
Thank you very much. 57 Chevy Girl. Next up, we have JC.
JC, you know he's on a streak. And he's been supporting the show for 44 episodes in a row, coming in with 7s and fees, and says, Happy Monday, brothers. Hope you are both staying warm and cozy as the dark winter approaches. I am not. I am freezing. Freezing my little butt off right now. However, the PC rig I got blowing underneath the desk here is keeping my toes warm. I'm happy about that. Thank you very much, JC.
You know, in Japan, we have these little tables that have heaters underneath. You know what I'm talking about?
A table with a heater, or just like a little heater? Little heater.
It's a heater, but it's like a little table desk thing
for your feet, like a footrest.
No, it's not just for your feet. Oh, yeah, I mean, yes, your feet go under the table, but it's like I don't know I forget what they were called. Maybe somebody in the chat knows. But yeah, it's like a literal table, but all the tables have, or not all of them, but some of them, like you sit on the ground and your feet go under, and there's just like a heater, so then blankets all around the little table.
That's cool. It's like a table, but it has a heater on it.
Yeah,
that's a good idea.
Yeah, there's a name for it. I can't remember the name. Anyway, moving on here.
Heater table. Is that racist?
So racist.
Oh, sorry.
So offended.
I repent.
This sets our relationship back a couple years. All right, next
15 minutes.
Next up, we have Amanda P. Oh,
Amanda P.
What happened to my? There we go.
Amanda P is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
And that means we have 2 Rocket Men in a row, 15 episodes in a row. Woo!
Rocket man. Burning out his fuse out here alone.
Okay. Thank you very much, Amanda P.
Thank you,
7s and
P.
fees.
Next up, we have Sir Scott, Knight of Truth.
There he is. Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, is on a streak. He's on his way to 88. He's at 81 episodes in a row. Came in a couple of times with a pocket full of 7s. Thank you very much, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Next
Sorry, Sir Scott.
Oh, Sir.
Excuse us. Put the right stank on
Sir Scott, Knight of Truth, as
Yes.
I back out of the room with my head down.
Yes, don't turn your back to the night.
All right. Next up, we have Gail M.
Gail M is on a streak.
Yeah, she's on a streak.
Women rule!
58 episodes in a row. She comes in with a pocket full of 7s and a note. The note reads like this. Hi, my sweets. I finally set up the GoFundMe, and it took so long because of the gut-wrenching grief and emotional tornado that is still so present. I can't fight it. I don't know if I did it right, but it's all I had in me. I sent link to email. Yes, I got that. Thank you for helping set it up. Yes, you're welcome. and that all who donate, yes, we will thank them as well. If they can't donate money, please donate prayers for my mental health to get better. XXXXX. Oh. And yes, I want to take a second, Gonzo, because the listeners obviously have been on this journey with us, with Gail, with her really unfortunate, of course, super sad passing of her brother Rob. But then after his passing, the just incompetence of the VA system to help with anything or make anything easy on the family. It's a whole big story that you can read about. And yes, we helped Gail in the ways that we could, helped her get the GoFundMe together. The VA did not help with any of the burial costs or transportation or any of this nonsense. And anybody who's buried anybody knows how ridiculously expensive this is. And so I want to make a personal plea and personally encourage producers of the show, perhaps even just listeners, if you don't produce the show, to visit Gail M's GoFundMe. You can read all about Rob, all about the situation. And really, guys, let's do it. Let's make it happen. Okay. This is Gail M has been just such a special producer of the show for so long. And you've heard the trials and tribulations of the whole thing here on the show during the producer segments. And so I would really just love to just knock this GoFundMe out because it really, Gail M deserves it. So let's, Gonz, can you get this link into the chat right now?
Yeah. I'm grabbing it now.
We'll get the link into the chat. We're going to put the link into the show notes. I'm going to tweet the link. Everybody should tweet the link, retweet the link. Let's get it done. Get it out there. And if you have, if you have it in your heart or in your budget to help Gail M with the burial of Rob, he was a vet. He was a real man as far as I've been able to learn about him through Gail M. The GoFundMe has a goal for $6,100. It is currently raised $2,015. So we're sitting at about $4,000 we have to raise. And I think we can do it. We're going to get it out there as much as we can. The Canarians are the most generous community on the internet. And Gail M is such a devoted producer of the show. I would just really love to knock this out, especially for this time of year. It's Christmas. What a horrible time to have to go through something like this, much less have to be saddled with a $6,000 bill. So I really want to do and say as much as I can to encourage the producers to get involved here. Gonz and I are going to be making contributions ourselves as well. And let's do this. Let's knock this out as soon as we possibly can, everybody.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Yep. So, yes, the link has gone into the chat. We'll make sure to put the link in the show notes. And I am going to tweet it right now as well.
I would tweet it too, but I'm still in the Twitter jails.
Do you know when you're going to be out of Twitter jail?
No, it is indefinite. I'm like Chris Cuomo. I don't know what's going to happen. They may fire me or they may let me back in at some point.
You think it's really indefinite? They just haven't told you anything, huh?
It might have been 10 days, but I think it's set indefinitely, so I don't know.
Jeez Louise.
Suspended.
I didn't know that. I thought that this was just like a week in timeout or something.
I thought so, but we're back in YouTube quicker than we were for me to get back into Twitter. So,
okay.
So well, I miss Jack. I think I called it there when I said that, once Jack leaves,
Jack is gone,
people hated on Jack, but I think people are going to be like, oh, yeah, it wasn't as bad when Jack was there. Yeah, he censored Trump, but at least he's...
At least he let Gonz stay.
At least he let me tweet about crazy nonsense.
And again, which is ridiculous, you got banned for posting about the Swedish person who got their vaccine passport installed in their microchip on their hand, which is a true story, a real thing that happened that other influencers on Twitter have tweeted about. and they didn't get banned, and yet it was finally the straw that broke the camel's back for you, huh?
Yeah, apparently. I must have ticked somebody off.
All right. Let's continue. Thank you, Gail M, for your support, and thank you to the producers who I know are going to show up and help Gail out.
Yes.
Now, that concludes our producers in the amount of 777 or more, which is the note reading producership cutoff. But we've got a few more producers here to thank, and starting with Veronica D, who's on a streak.
Veronica D, thank you.
She's on a streak.
Women rule!
57 episodes in a row. Thank you, Veronica.
Man, it's crazy looking at these numbers go up. These producers and their streaks.
I know. It's a devoted group here keeping the show going. But it's also wonderful seeing the lower streak numbers because, those are people who are getting on board.
Right.
They're both. It's all very impressive. Next up, we have Dr. Who Done Dat, who's on streak. 27 episodes in a row, came in with 3s and fees.
I think it's 28, isn't it? It says 28 in the.
Did I say 27?
You said 27.
Okay. Yeah, it's 28.
Okay.
Next is producer Child of God, who's on a streak, 25 episodes in a row. 3s and fees as well. And I believe that concludes all our producers. I'm just doing a quick refresh. And yep, that is it. Thank you very much to all of our producers who are keeping this show going, taking responsibility for the future of independent media. And it's time for a knighthood.
All right.
And here's the thing, folks. If you don't know, the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames is a very special elite squad of producers who have produced the show in the amount of $1,000 or more, either all at once or over time. And we save a seat for them at the round table because they are so committed to keeping the show going, and we are so grateful. And we have a new producer who is making it. Oh, okay. Speaking of, okay, I figured it out here. I got it. I found the right part of our document there. This has been Doc Talk from the makers of Canary Cry News Talk, where we just sort of describe documents that we're looking at that you cannot see. All right, well, let me get my battle axe out here. Okay, yep,
there it is. I'll get
sounding
my
a little tinny today, but that's okay.
All right, look at that.
There you go. Okay, we want to call up Aaron J. Please step forward to the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, where we have a seat for you thanks to your generous support in the amount of $1,000 or more. We are proud to pronounce you Sir Aaron J., Knight of the Cute Little Piggies. Please join us at the Canary Cry Table, where we have the belt of truthful truthiness, the breastplate of righteous righteousness, custom fit Birkenstocks to carry forth the gospel of peace, the shield of ferocious faith, the helmet of substantiating salvation, the supernatural sword of the spirit, and of course, adorable samurai babies, infinitely cute kitties for cuddling, or maybe piggies for Aaron J. And if you're hungry, we have fancy feast, wet food, carved Cosmo the crisper cow, and of course, fried wormicorns. Welcome the Canary Cry Roundtable of Knights and Dames, Sir Aaron J., Knights of the Cute Little Piggies. And the crowd goes wild. Thank you very much, Sir Aaron J., for your continued support. And, of course, you're getting support from the chat and the Canarians all around the world. And, I knew that this was his night name, but I had never said it out loud. So it took me by surprise. I like the vibe. It's good vibes. Sir Aaron J., Knight of the Cute Little Piggies.
Yeah, and here's my little virtual gift to Aaron J., the new knight, Sir Aaron J. There's a photo of a cute piggy.
That is a cute little piggy. That cannot be real.
I don't know.
That real?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
I can't tell. It was super cute.
It's real. That seems like some sort of GMO Japanese designer piggy.
Oh, yeah.
It's literally the size of a palm of a hand. Okay. I got to stop looking. It's mesmerizing me.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Aaron J., one more time for your continued support of the show.
Yes. And by the way, before we finish break here, just because we're in here, it's called the kotatsu. Thank you, chat, whoever was in there that told me. Kotatsu. It's a table that's like, you sit on the ground. It's a ground level table. It's got blankets as kind of a skirt around the edges. And there's a heater inside. So literally you stick your legs in. It's super, super warm. You can have your food, your coffee. The ones here that I have a picture up here, it kind of goes along with the couch. This is like a very modern looking one. But I remember as a kid, being very warm, the cold winter of Japan.
Very warm.
Yeah, and you can sit down, you can have, you can eat, have food. This is how the Japanese, do their life.
Anything you could do with a table, you can do with this table.
Yeah, but it's you got a heater and a blanket, very cozy. I could picture this thing taking off in the U.S., especially if you connect it to a computer hub,
Yeah. I'm surprised it hasn't. I mean, it seems like a very practical device.
Yeah, no, it's I think
it's
very
the
popular.
sitting on the ground thing that has made it so it doesn't follow up. You'd have to make it a little taller for the U.S.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anyway, that's completely pointless information. That is my personal goal, to have to be podcasting this show from a kotatsu setup.
Okay.
In the winter.
Well, Gonz, it's important to have achievable goals in life.
Yes.
I think we can make this happen for you.
All
right. Let's wake on up. You ready to get back to the show?
Well, let's thank the producers first.
Look at you remembering.
Yeah, I know.
Shut up and take my money.
Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage.
That's right. Yes, it's wake-up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
Epstein didn't kill himself.
Okay, a couple of very interesting things. This next story, I could not decide whether to put it in the COVID-19 section or the Epstein section, and you will see why in a moment. This is coming from theguardian.com. By the way, I just snuck this one in here, guys.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing it.
This is theguardian.com, and the headline is, "Refusal to wear a mask says more about you than your face ever could," by Catherine Bennett. Okay, your refusal to, all right. Hey, look, we've covered the whole mask thing. That is so passé. The whole mask debate is so 2020. But here we go. This is an article from The Guardian. "Refusal to wear a mask says more about you than your face ever could." And it reads like this. "Much thought has clearly gone into Ghislaine Maxwell's in-court look, currently showing at New York's Thurgood Marshall United States Courthouse. Observers have noted her transformation from wretched to confident, shambling to sharp, into a much glossier, demonstrative figure who hugs her lawyers and looks as if she might have sauntered in there by mistake. It has also been noted that she often wears her face mask beneath her nose."
Oh, no. She's an anti-vaxxing, anti-masking.
Regardless, Gonz, regardless of the symbolic peril.
Oh, gosh.
Symbolic peril, the slipping Maxwell mask appears, contrasted with firmer fitting examples around her, close to being styled. And for anti-maskers, the way Ms. Maxwell's mask has a tendency to hover uselessly around her upper lip may strike them as just what they would do if they were compelled to wear one, but wanted to signal libertarian contempt. For the mask compliant, the sight will be less appealing. Are her lawyers confident that Maxwell's masked jury, which had to be certified free of anti-super-rich prejudice, is similarly relaxed on visible disregard for civic feeling? If the aim is simply to allow the court to capture as much Maxwell defiance as possible, these glimpses could come at a substantial cost in the Trumpian, sociopathic, or other associations. Even before academics identified the connection between anti-mask attitudes and the dark triad of personality traits, narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy, Research confirmed the depth of the divide between those who do and those who do not conform with pandemic restrictions. In the UK, a 2020 Demos study showed the polarization to be far more bitter than for Brexit, with the majority who did not break lockdown rules saying they hate, resent, or think lockdown rule breakers are bad people. On masks, more than half of British wearers had severely negative attitudes about non-wearers. Given this scale of disapproval and additional figures showing that 80% of people supported mask wearing after Freedom Day, blah, 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 then it just goes into your normal anti-maskers are bad people for a few more paragraphs. But I thought it was a really bold comparison.
Just right from the get-go.
From the get-go, the whole framing, the entire conceit of your anti-mask criticism, or your criticism, rather, of anti-maskers is comparing them to notorious human trafficker and current, imprisoned, horrible person, Ghislaine Maxwell. You don't want to be like Ghislaine Maxwell, the Epstein associate who trafficked young girls for pedophilic desires of global elites. Do you want to be like Ghislaine Maxwell? Then put your mask on, you bad Machiavellian psychopath. This was really something, I thought.
Well, thankfully, it is an opinion piece, and it's not like a news report.
Yes.
But yeah, you're right. This is pretty mainstream. The Guardian. I
mean, it's the Guardian. It's a global, it's a worldwide outlet, especially because they do a decent job, not a great job, but a decent job of providing content for sort of both sides of the spectrum. But I mean, out of all the abuse that people have taken who don't want to comply with tyrannical, authoritarian mandates about masks and things like that, comparing anti-maskers to currently on trial pedophile sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell. She is not, but who is this person? Catherine Bennett is not pulling any punches.
Well, from her perspective, it would make sense to be like, who is the most hated person, like a universally hated person in view right now?
Yeah.
Especially this week, these last couple weeks with the trial starting and everything. Oh, Ghislaine Maxwell, look her up or whatever. Ooh, her mask is hanging off her nose.
I don't want to be like that. You know who else didn't wear a mask? Adolf Hitler. Ever heard of him? Anyways, there's not much more to it than that. I just thought it was some next level mask shaming.
Yeah, that is pretty bad. That's pretty funny. It's good stuff.
Yeah, the narrative is strong.
She can be proud of this article.
Yeah, and along the same lines here, this is just a quick one.
Mm-hmm.
abcnews.go.com headline: New York City Chief Medical Examiner resigning.
Oh.
This actually came out on November 29th. The day the Ghislaine Maxwell trial started. Dr. Barbara Sampson, the first woman to lead the New York City Office of Chief Medical Examiner in its 100-year history, announced her departure Monday for a job in the private sector. Sampson has been with the agency 23 years, 9 as chief, and steered it through the grueling onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. Quote, "We were so overwhelmed with the number of fatalities here in the city that we needed every OCME employee to be part of our COVID response," Sampson recalled in an interview with ABC's News. Prior to the pandemic, Sampson oversaw the autopsies of Eric Garner, Joan Rivers, and Jeffrey Epstein, each of which generated a degree of public controversy. Quote, "Keep with the truth and what is based in science, and in medicine you can't go too far astray," she said of her guiding philosophy. Sampson has championed new technology for DNA analysis, for opioid detection and autopsies, and more quickly informed the public health officials and law enforcement about what drugs are on the street. So, I mean, I'm not making any suggestions. The fact checkers at Politico and all other fact checking zones, AP, I'm sure would love to respond to this. I'm not insinuating anything. All I am saying is that on the same day that the Ghislaine Maxwell trial began, which is, the being prosecuted by the same prosecutor who botched the security tapes for the Epstein suicide, the actual woman who declared the Jeffrey Epstein death a suicide stepped down from her position of 23 years of public service. It's just a very interesting coincidence, the timing of her resignation.
I'm sure it's nothing.
I'm sure it's nothing as well. You hear that, YouTube? It's just a coincidence. That's all we do here is point out coincidences. We wish this New York chief medical examiner all the best in her new private sector job, which I would love to know which company that she's
private
going
sector
to work for.
Yeah, maybe.
They mentioned the opioid epidemic in this, and those who have been watching Dope Sick on Hulu are extra educated by now about the revolving door between government officials, government health officials, and big pharma companies, and just how sort of strange the coincidences can be that, public health officials that do favors for big pharma companies then have a incredibly lucrative job waiting for them in the private sector. I'm sure this has nothing to do with that. I am not related at all. I am now searching Dr. Barber Sampson, private sector job.
Might have something to do with transhumanism.
Let's see where she
and nanorobots.
Is. Let's see where. I wonder if there's any public information on where she's going to work.
Yeah, I don't know.
New job, but we can move on while I do this live study here.
Okay.
So there you go. Just something to think about, folks, as the Ghislaine Maxwell trial moves on. If you're a non-mask wearer, or if you simply let the mask slip below your nose, you are as good as a pedophilic sex trafficker. And coincidentally, the person who ruled the Epstein suicide a suicide and not a homicide, is getting a private sector job starting the same day as the trial.
She's being rewarded for her work.
It's just, you know what? She deserves it.
Yeah.
She is obviously very good at her job.
She pulled off some stuff.
She is obviously a competent operator and deserves whatever high-paying private sector job she's getting.
Great work. All right. It's all part of the Great Reset here.
We need a great reset.
Build back better. Build back better. Build back better. We will build Babylon better. This time, a new world order.
In order to build back better, you need to destroy what is. Got to tear it down. This is MSN mirroring DW here. West Africa. Explosions, attacks in Mali, Niger, kill over 100. Explosions hit a UN camp and a bus in Mali, while neighboring Niger saw an attack on a military base. The base is used by the G5 Joint Force of Sahel countries to combat militants in the region. Explosions rocked a truck and a UN camp in Mali on Sunday, while another attack targeted an international military base in neighboring Niger. West African nations have struggled to contain jihadist insurgencies in the region, with some groups pledging fealty to terrorist groups such as Al-Qaeda and the so-called Islamic State. On Sunday, the attack in Niger was aimed at a base that countries in the region used to fight insurgencies. Officials said 79 attackers and 29 soldiers were killed. An army spokesman said a large group consisted of hundreds had approached the Fianto base in the Talaberi region on motorcycles to carry out the attack. The Fianto base is used by the G5 Joint Force, which consists of the 5 Sahel countries in Mauritania, Niger, Chad, Mali, and Burkina Faso. It was created in 2017 to establish order on their common border regions. In Mali, an attack on a truck carrying dozens left at least 31 people dead. In the northern city of Gao in Mali, 2 explosions rocked a UN camp early on Sunday. The AFP news agency reported the blasts caused damage but no deaths. Oh, so I didn't realize that the explosions of the UN stuff didn't cause death, but this is just some stuff happening around in the world, and the teardown, especially in Africa. It's interesting to see what kind of chaos they will continue to stir as they quote unquote rebuild Africa. And you've specifically brought up the Afrocentric future, Afrofuturism, right?
Afrofuturism,
yeah.
Which has some very interesting things happening. That really connected some dots for me recently.
Yeah. And so, but part of it being the UN stuff being targeted and blown up, anytime a world institutional power like that just has stuff blow up, a little suspicious. You got to kind of think like, okay, what's really going on? Is it just the main narrative, these terrorists, and they blow things up?
Or making way for an economic force to come in and help them recover, locking them into unpayable debts, and therefore
yes.
at the behest of their debtors, whoever it may be, whether it's China or the U.S. And we're talking about this Afrofuturism thing.
Yeah,
Africa, as we've talked about, is the one sort of major untapped economic potential for
continent,
huge for huge powers, mega powers, like the U.S. or China. Whoever controls Africa will control kind of the new golden age of economics around the world. And so we've talked about how over the decades, but especially recently with Wakanda and the Afrofuturism movement attached to Black Lives Matter, how it's created this public perception of Africa being the future, which I think it very much is, but the purposeful narrative building around this to help justify the sort of predation, the financial predation of big countries like China and America, or the U.S., going into Africa, locking in deals with African nations, ultimately to be used and abused by the global powers for financial gains, whether that's oil or lithium or other precious metals, or even just a cheap workforce. That's a problem with China, is they are not quite the cheap workforce they used to be. And I think that the elites, sick as they are looking at Africa and thinking a new untapped resource for mass amounts of cheap labor.
Yeah. Certainly the battle over more resources or land, basically conquering
whatever it may be.
Whatever it may be.
But in the new golden age of colonialism, where it's not about military action or kinetic takeover of territory, rather it's the legal entrapments of state to state loans and things like that.
Well, it's all like supply chain. It's all the pipelines. It's all the stuff that connects us. It doesn't have to be. We don't have to physically take over your region as long as we control the imports and outports and all that.
And what's a great way to control the narrative as far as the activists who are, paying attention to what the U.S. is doing overseas? Oh, well, you just create a narrative that Africa is the future, and all it needs is the money and the know-how, and it can become, the utopia, the African utopia, that man can return to his origins, and using that storyline to make it a good thing that we're coming in and giving unpayable loans to small African countries and then exploiting them for the good of, financial empire.
Yeah, and part of the stories, the narrative crafting going on here with, taking it back to the story about the people killed in Mali specifically, I think, or maybe it was Niger with the 100 killed. Actually, Mali or Niger. They keep going back and forth. I don't know which one. Okay, but anyway, the idea that it's violent and there's disorder and there's chaos, and certainly, bad stuff happens all the time, everywhere, all over the world. It happens every day. 100 killed is a lot. I mean, I don't know that 100 people die every day, but
is that in one explosion?
I think in one. It wasn't an explosion. I think it was one insurgent attempt here. So there was 79 attackers, 29 soldiers were killed in the some kind of clash. People it sounds like some crazy movie plot thing, but you have to sort of present the problem, and why we need to modernize and bring them up to speed and bring about the Wakanda and all that kind of stuff. Is you got to present the issues, and violence and all that kind of stuff is a good political tool to start moving in and building the infrastructure needed to control from afar. So, speaking of which, let's get into some politics stuff, which is mostly surrounding the nation of China.
It's Latin for many. Tick. Now suck your blood. Now suck politics. Your blood.
Welcome to Chinese News!
Now we have you and I, Basil, we were going to cancel this article. I'm just going to read the headline to set up for the actual next article. CTVnews.ca, China's communists bash U.S. democracy before Biden summit.
Surprise, surprise.
Which is not a surprise. It's like, isn't their mere existence a persistent and never-ending bash on U.S. democracy?
They love to do this. They do it to our faces. That was the big thing that happened in Alaska when Anthony Blinken went up there.
Right. And
they did a press conference in Alaska with some Chinese diplomats, and it turned from a press conference into like a playground diss battle, and they're on public television dissing each other's governments.
Yeah,
and like this happens all the time, which is why initially I wanted to get rid of it because it wasn't very interesting. But you talked me into it.
Okay, well, it sets
you
up
have
nicely.
A thing here going on.
Yeah, it sets up nicely for this article from CNN, which is the headline: Biden administration expected to announce diplomatic boycott of Beijing Olympics this week. So I don't know. It's interesting because it's kind of like not doing anything, but making a statement. CNN. The Biden administration is expected to announce this week that no U.S. government officials will attend the 2022 Beijing Olympics, implementing a diplomatic boycott of the games, according to several sources. The move would allow the U.S. to send a message to the on the world stage to China without preventing U.S. athletes from competing. The National Security Council, which has been privately discussing the boycott, declined to comment. It's kind of funny in the context of that world of the Olympics and all that kind of stuff, which is highly corrupt as well. It's one of the most corrupt organizations, the Olympic Committee and all that. Yeah. It's just funny how they're like, no. Biden's big plan is like, we won't send U.S. diplomats. So, on the political scale of things, athletes, you're on your own. You guys do the representing for the U.S., and there will be no diplomats to back you up in the, the deeper rooms where the people meet, the more higher ups or whatever. President Joe Biden told reporters last month that he was weighing a diplomatic boycott as Democratic and Republican lawmakers, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, advocated for one in protest of China's human rights abuses. A full boycott is not expected, meaning U.S. athletes will still be allowed to compete. The last minute the U.S. fully boycotted the Olympics was in 1980 when former President Jimmy Carter was in office. In response to the news, Beijing warned it would take, quote, resolute countermeasures against the Biden administration if the diplomatic boycott went ahead. You don't think that's
resolute countermeasures?
It's also kind of it's just weird. Like, I don't know. I mean, if the U.S. is boycotting, like, hey, we're not going to come, and China's like, you better come. Like, it's kind of a weird threat, isn't it? Like,
well, I mean, it just shows the control. You know, when our celebrities or our politicians diss China. I mean, there's the John Cena thing where he dissed China and had to apologize in Mandarin.
In Mandarin, yeah.
There was Jamie Dimon just had to apologize. Who is the who is he? He's the CEO of JP Morgan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he made a comment about how JP Morgan will outlast China. He had to come out and apologize. Jamie Dimon, the billionaire, had to apologize to China. And so, yeah, of course.
I think we know who in the underground mafia type of world, who's the most, who is the quickest to pull the trigger in terms of taking people out.
They know you don't mess with China, man.
I know, it's crazy. Crazy. Okay, the U.S. should stop. This is a quote. The U.S. should stop politicizing sports and hyping up the so-called diplomatic boycott so as not to affect China-U.S. dialogue and cooperation in important areas, Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Zhao Lijian said at a news conference Monday. Zhao called the potential boycott, quote, a stain on the spirit of the Olympic Charter and a, quote, sensationalist and politically manipulative move by U.S. politicians. You know, this kind of puts an interesting pressure, I guess, on like really pro right-wing Republican types, because on one hand, you know, they've been, especially under Trump, they were super anti-China, you know, with all the sanctions and everything else. Mm-hmm. And now Biden's making a kind of same political move anyway of like, no, we're going to push back against China. Does that bring...
Biden is just copying Trump on all of his policies.
I know, but is it just to keep the people that would otherwise completely hate him to just, you know, to have something they can support? Like, do you think people actually support Biden in this? Like, you know, he's an old man. I disagree with all his whatever, but at least he's standing up to China. Like, is that a thing?
No, progressives hate him.
Okay.
He is exactly, you know, again. It's fun being right sometimes, but it ain't easy, folks. I've been saying since the very beginning, Biden is not a socialist. He's not a radical. He is a status quo corporate shill Democrat. And here we are, not even a year into his presidency, and he is literally taking the exact same actions as Trump. He pretended to be some sort of radical progressive to get elected, and he just does what he's told. And what he's told to do, it just happens to be the same stuff Trump was doing. And yeah, so I think that's what it is. I mean, he never was going to do anything else. He just got elected and does what he's told.
Yeah. So just thought it was kind of an interesting, funny little thing there with Biden and the threats, which seem so impotent.
I am deep on the rabbit hole on this Dr. Barbara Sampson thing. So
did you find out she's a lizard lady yet?
Dude, it is taking several layers to get there, but I'm onto something. So
okay.
I'm still engaged.
Okay,
but if I check out for a second, that's what's going on.
It's okay. So all right. So along these lines here, this is more stuff from China here. This was kind of funny and interesting. But also terrifying at the same time. This is metro.co.uk. Chinese farm uses facial recognition tech to stop goats getting incestuous.
What?
This is a November 15th article, so it's a little bit old. But yes, Chinese farm uses facial recognition tech to stop goats getting incestuous. That is correct.
Oh, great. That's wonderful.
Yes.
I mean, somebody's got to do it. If there is any good use for facial recognition, it is for goats who apparently need to be monitored for incest.
I told you that the sheep and the goats make multiple appearances on this episode, so here we are.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so it says here, these images show how a farm in Shanghai is developing facial recognition technology for goats to stop them from intermingling with their relatives. The cameras have reportedly been specifically designed to recognize the facial characteristics of the goats, as well as their behavior, exercise patterns, and even their body shape, according to the South China Morning Post. The identification will reveal which goats are relatives of others, and prevent incestuous relationships resulting in fewer birth defects and other problems from inbreeding. So this is, it's a light eugenics program, but for the overall good of the goats. The cameras are also said to be able to recognize disease symptoms such as a sore mouth, the common name for contagious ecthyma, which is a viral disease that affects goats and sheep and causes scabs as well as dermatitis pustulates. The ecological Vert City Farm. This is the name of the farm. Vert City Farm.
What is this? Some kind of like urban farming project or something?
Something like that, but they're going vertical, I guess, or the Tower of Babel. Is based in the eastern Chinese coastal city of Shanghai. It is the country's biggest city and has a reputation for global finance and innovation. Okay. The farm has reportedly been working on the technology since 2019 and is planning to start using it sometime next year. The idea is to improve efficiency, with Huang Zhen, who is the chairman of the board at Vert City Farms, quoted by the South China Morning Post as saying, quote, "The cameras can also recognize symptoms of disease, including sore mouth and diarrhea." Great. Fantastic. Okay, so that's just an interesting kind of a story there with the goat.
It's real fun.
and I wanted to bring this story because on the last episode of No Agenda, there was a producer of the No Agenda show who made this video while he was kind of touring in Rwanda or something. And
yes.
So I have this clip here. It's a 50-second clip of this family pointing out something interesting in Rwanda.
We are in Rwanda right now, and even here in Rwanda, you don't have sheep that are masked, but look at this here.
You don't want to miss this one. The goats, all those goats are masked. Look at them.
Look at them.
They all have masks on their noses. And we just asked the guy why they do it, and they showed us their own mask, and they said, just a mask against COVID. Really, you can't believe this, right? It's true. This is COVID
2.0.
2.0.
It's Omicron
in Rwanda.
On speed.
Omicron on speed. Look at this one. You can't believe it, right? This is reality in Rwanda.
And if you're just listening, it's video footage from some kind of Jeep, and they're driving by, and there's like a whole bunch of goats just walking on the side of the road, and a bunch of them are masked. And they're just walking around. Walking around. It's because they're trying to avoid the facial recognition cameras in China. The word got out on the goats. But anyway,
they're in China. They're not in China.
No, this is Rwanda. But I'm saying the surveillance, the surveillance stuff, the facial recognition tech is in China to recognize goats. So, in Rwanda, they're like, wait, we're not going to participate in that facial recognition nonsense. Let's put our masks on. Anyway, I just, so again, we don't plan anything with these shows in terms of like a big point to be. I mean, it was usually, there's a bigger idea that we can touch on, but we let the stories that are out there determine what we talk about. Right. And for some reason today, the sheeps and goats topic was just brought in front of me multiple times over the last day or two. So I was like, all right, well, there's a theme there somewhere with the sheep and the goats. And, you talk about Matthew 25:33. And he will place the sheep on his right, but the goats on the left.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
you nailed it. You cracked the code, man. All right, before we get too far into...
Well, we got one more China thing, but then we'll break. So tell us your thing with what's your name?
No, let's do the China thing. I'll do it before the break.
Okay, so all right, one more quick China thing. This one's a little more serious in terms of the application of AI. South China Morning Post, speak of the news outlet. Headline, Chinese researchers turn to artificial intelligence to build futuristic weapons.
Ooh, that's fun.
Scientists say they have used the technology to build a pistol-sized coil gun that is the smallest and most powerful of its kind. The Chinese military already uses AI to build powerful weapons, such as railguns that can fire projectiles over a range of hundreds of kilometers. AI can outperform humans in designing futuristic weapons, according to a team of Chinese naval researchers who say they have developed the world's smallest yet most powerful coil gun. The prototype weapon, developed by Professor Zhang Xiao and her team at the Naval University of Engineering in Wuhan, has a 12 centimeter, it's 4.5 inch barrel with the size, about the size of a pistol, which contains 3 battery-powered coils that generate an electromagnetic field. This electromagnetic field means that, unlike a conventional gun, the bullet does not touch the sides as it passes through the barrel.
Cool, it's like a rail gun.
Yeah, researchers found the bullet's kinetic energy as it was could reach almost 150 joules, more than twice the energy needed to fire a fatal shot. The bullet speed can vary depending on factors such as size and weight, and the scientists said one of the major advantages of using a coil gun was that, unlike a conventional gun, it could be adjusted to fire deadly shots or non-lethal ones. In a paper published in the Transactions of the China Electrotechnical Society last month, the Transactions of the China Electrotechnical Society, Zhang said the gun had the advantage of, quote, adjustable speed and a very short response time, adding that it had great potential to be used for counterterrorism and maintaining stability. What does that mean? Maintaining stability. Okay.
You need stability if you're going to be...
I need some stability in my life. What do I need? This gun will do.
Next level space
electromagnetic bullet. Yeah. The researchers say it would have been impossible to achieve this level of performance without using AI in the design process. The most powerful portable coil gun at present is the GR1 Anvil. It's about $3,750. It's a rifle released by LA-based company Arc Flash Labs earlier this year, which is available for pre-order on the commercial market. The company says on its website that it can generate muzzle energy of 85 joules, comparable to a large air gun. So, all right, so there's a couple native ads and stuff in there. But, hey, there you go. China, making use of the technology, building
making
new
it
weapons,
happen, man. Wakanda forever.
All right, yeah. What do you got there with the report?
So
Mini report there.
Yes, this is just the result of, what has it been? 10, 20 minutes
15
of trying
minutes,
to,
I was going to say, yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. All right. So, hold on. I have so many tabs open now. You're just going down the rabbit hole. Okay. So, we're talking about Chief Medical Examiner Barbara Sampson, MD, PhD.
Right. Okay, sorry.
Who is stepping down, resigned her position. She is the lady who was the medical examiner during the Epstein suicide and vehemently fought to convince everybody that it was a suicide and not a homicide, even though independent medical examiners dispute that, but she's the boss. So she's a native of New York City. Dr. Sampson earned her bachelor's degree at Princeton and obtained a PhD in molecular biology at Rockefeller University.
There you go.
So there's just number one. Now we pop over here. This was not easy to find, by the way, but she's stepped down at the helm of the medical examiner's office last week. This is coming from vnexplorer.net that put together probably 100-paragraph biopic autobiography about her entire career together, and just released it yesterday. And at the very bottom, it mentions she left the medical examiner's office last week to become vice chair of pathology at the Icahn School of Medicine. So vice chair of pathology. So she's getting sort of an executive position-ish at the Icahn School of Medicine. Now, the Icahn School of Medicine is part of the Mount Sinai, group or whatever. Mount Sinai owns a whole bunch of hospitals.
Yeah. In New York and LA, they're huge, right? They're like one of the biggest.
Yes, they're all over the place.
Yeah.
They're like the number one thing. Fun little detail here. Let's see here. In the 2017-2018 fiscal year, the health system employed more than 39,000 people, and the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai had 33 multidisciplinary research, educational, and clinical institutes. So just fun little detail. That doesn't mean anything, but it's fun to point out. Let's see. And then I was remembering some crazy stuff about Icahn that we reported on this year. Do you remember exactly what that was about Icahn?
No, not really.
No, we'd have to go looking through our own documents. Anyways, then I was looking into the funding of Mount Sinai and the Icahn School of Medicine. And it's all NIH grants just flying out the door.
Yeah, so she's in the circuit.
It's a Fauci is a Fauci thing. She got the Fauci blessing from her work in New York and has gone on to work at the Icahn School of Medicine, which is a Mount Sinai gig. I don't know. We won't know about any like major donations or grants to Mount Sinai or Icahn until they have to report.
Right, usually like the year after or something like that.
Yeah, we won't know until next year if there were any like specific suspicious grants or anything to her department. But yeah, there you go. So she's going to work for Icahn at Mount Sinai.
So that's the private institution that she was moving to?
I was trying to really figure out, yes, that is the private institution, which is funny because why wouldn't they just say that she's going to the Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai?
Too close to Fauci and all that?
I guess. Yeah, no, but she got she got the Francis Fauci blessing and got put into the Icahn system. Yes, but not the big pharma job I was hoping for.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Yeah. Good job. Nice report.
All right. We got something at least.
Yeah.
We should take a look at some art.
It's break time. Come on, take a break.
All right. We're going to take our second break here, and this is where we thank some other producers of the show, not just producers that come in with their financial support, but those producers who come in with their time and talent. And this is an important thing. I was thinking about this the other day, Basil, and this is important to mention and might be part of my whole little spiel here as things develop, different formats and stuff. But I consider this whole community, the Canary Cry community, and what we do here, for me personally, it is a therapeutic thing to be sitting here with you and with all these people that are listening either live or after the fact. And we're kind of just going through all the news events. We're laughing. We're just having a good time and processing this crazy world, this troubling world out there. That's what we do here. So it's very therapeutic for me, and especially knowing that these are Christ-centered people around, and not always, but for the most part, that's the message that we deliver here is Christ-centered. And the way to express that in another way is through art, through music. Those are expressive disciplines. Yes. And I think it's important for us to, because I think some people think that all the art sections is just kind of whatever, people doodling some stuff for the show and they skip it, but they're missing sort of another way to apply this community to better your mental health, basically. Totally. Is through art, because art makes you laugh, it captures moments, and it's just a great way to not just build community around this kind of thinking, but also to process all the crazy stuff going on out there in the world, and having a little fun doing it, which is how I think we process things here. Anyway, we tend to just distill everything down to the absurd and point at it and laugh, and
gotta laugh to keep from crying.
Yes, not in a way to be mean, more of a way to
cope.
Yes, deal with the absurdities that we come face to face with. But so it's with that in mind that I wanted to thank our producers who came in with their time and talent. I believe it was Christine C. who came in with the timestamps for this last episode.
Yes, it was. Thank you very much, Christine C.
Thank you, Christine C. Appreciate that. And I'm trying to get to the gong here. Come on, board. Man, this thing is so laggy. All right. Sorry. Yelling at gear and applications. We're going to do some...
Sometimes it's the only way to make the robots listen. I just got to yell at them.
You got to yell at them. We have some jingles.
We have a new jingle.
And this first piece comes from Psalm 40. And he has a note here. Salutations, brothers. Okay, I might finally have a method to my musical madness. I would like to start in the beginning and make a full album or two parallel to the biblical story. I have Genesis chapter 3, chapter 6, and chapter 11, each about halfway complete. I just need to tweak the instrumental vocal mixing process. It's difficult when I don't have anyone else's ears to help me edit imperfections, as an intermission between the series of Psalm I've already shared, and the series of Genesis is in production now. I'll give you one of my personal favorites, 1 Corinthians chapter 13. And this is a very, very nice piece. What? Do I not have it downloaded on my actual drive? That is my fault. I can't believe I didn't actually have it downloaded. Kill some time. Let me say this about Psalm 40. Thank you for your dancing monkey there. Psalm 40 specifically is kind of doing the style of music, and this idea for the project is something that I've wanted to do for a really long time. It's a kind of Genesis to Revelation musical thing, It's always been an idea in the back of my mind. So for Psalm 40 to go for it, you're living my dream. So let me live it vicariously through you as you put these pieces together. All right, how come this piece is not coming in the file format that I thought it would?
I don't know.
Did he send it in no, because it played, right?
Yep.
Hold on, let me see if I can just play it from the browser here. Let's see.
Okay.
There we go. Takes a little bit to get going, but yeah.
Yeah, it's got some intro, but we'll let it roll.
Oops. I didn't mean to stop it. Sorry.
Gonzo,
I'm sorry.
It's just getting into it. No, that's great, though. We'll play the whole thing at the end of the show.
We will.
This was really, really something. I mean, this track slaps for sure. And, in the past, he's put the robot voice on there. This sounds like a real read or like a really advanced AI read. But it sounds like either he's reading it or he found somebody else reading it or something. But the vibe of the read over the track is really incredible. I just sat and listened to the whole thing like 2 or 3 times today while I was drinking coffee, getting ready. It was great. So really well done, Psalm 40. And we'll play the whole thing at the end of the show during the Canary Cry mixtape. But if this is the direction you're going with this project, you are completely nailing it.
Yep. I got my Psalm 40 T-shirt ready. I'm ready to be number one fanboy here.
I mean, the other ones you've done are great, and we've loved all of them. But this one really stepped up. And, I don't know if this is reality or not, but it feels like, the collection of producers that we have in the, the eclectic gang of talented people kind of feels like there's maybe not competition, but it feels like there's like a friendly creative synergy that's going on with some of our artists and some of our musicians. Really incredible, Psalm 40.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you very much, and keep it up. We also have a couple things here from Rung Smash, who usually comes in with his treasure and the microfictions. But he sent this note with a couple ISOs. Says, "Hey, Basil and Gonz, I don't have to read this, but I will read part of this. Attached is a clip from the 1999 game Omicron, Nomad Soul. It's 19 seconds long. So let me play the longer version here.
You have been the victim of a violent attack. Go home and rehydrate yourself. If you experience mental disturbances, consult the SyTech. Omicron police, thank you for your cooperation."
It's hard to hear what he was saying. Did he say something about... I don't know. I heard the Omicron part. Did you hear? Did you have a hard time hearing?
No, he's like telling the humans to go home and stay hydrated.
The stay hydrated part, yeah. That's the part I was like, what? That's pretty crazy, man.
That is pretty crazy. You know what? And I did miss, I don't know how this happened. I did miss
Rung Smash in there earlier.
Rung Smash in the financial producers.
Oh.
I hope I didn't miss more people. I thought I had this all locked down. Let me double check it real quick.
Okay, well, let me give Rung Smash this now. Here. He also sent us the shorter ISO, I believe.
Omicron police, thank you for your cooperation.
He has a little bit more here about the game. Apparently, it's got some ties to Microsoft and Dr. Bill, but it's about a demon trying to steal the main character's soul as he navigates a cyberpunk dystopia. It's very transhuman and esoteric from what I've seen of it. Many good fodder for a deep dive. Also, it's got David Bowie, The Labyrinth, so we know it's probably completely wholesome and not esoteric at all. But yeah, there you go. Thank you very much. Yes, Omicron Nomad Soul, game from 1999. Yeah, games especially were always kind of on the cutting edge of this type of culture and thinking and worldview. All right, so that's it for the jingles. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. We're going to move on to the art.
One art, please.
And as always, we will start with Dame Allie of the Skillet Nation.
One art, please. Another one from Allie now. Here it is.
And this piece is, hold on, I got to show it on the screen here. It's titled Catbirds. In accordance with recent British directives, this nefarious feline is being detained within its domicile to protect and preserve the native avian population from almost certain destruction. Meanwhile, the birds aren't real are enjoying the turning of the tables as they torment the internet tabby, or the interned tabby.
Yes, very well done, Dame Allie. And as described, you've got a cat who is locked inside, and taunting him at the windows are two government spy drones. Normal people might know them as birds, but as you can see, one of them is flapping its wing, and underneath is its government serial number here, 17033.
Yep.
You know it's a demon bird drone.
Masonic bird drone, yeah.
This excellently rendered angry cat behind the window here. Very well done. Yes, this cat wants to go out and eat these birds very badly. And who are we to say that he can't? They're saving us. This cat is really here to protect our privacy and to protect our inalienable rights of search and seizure. Thank you, cat, for protecting us. And thank you, Dame Allie, for this wonderful rendition.
Yeah, again, it's always with the eyes. with Dame Allie and her the eyes of the cat. There's like this little tiny reflective glimmer thing that she does.
Gooey.
It's so
the gooey
good.
Eyeball.
It's always so good.
Makes a big difference.
And also, I love that, as time goes on, I feel like she's putting more and more little like Easter eggs in some of the drawings.
Yes.
And like the government drone bird number. And also the other bird has kind of like the robot eyes. It's kind of like a hexagon for the eye.
I missed that.
A very small detail. And I think because it's hand done, you can really hide some stuff. I'm sure we missed stuff over
I'm sure we have to,
many
but now we know.
So we'll take a closer look, with every time Allie comes in with one. So thank you very much, Dame Allie. This is a good one.
Indeed. Wonderful job.
Next up, we have Sir Dove, Knight of Rusbeltia.
One art piece from Dove.
And let me get to the note here. I'm showing the piece on the screen. And the note says, Peace, I had the idea for this one last week after your article on Epica in Antarctica and how Lil Dome C would be a tight rap name. So we catch up with Lil Dome C as he drops this year's hottest mixtape from the ice wall. Hope you guys like it. Keep doing what you do, and I'll keep praying for yins.
That's right. We've got Lil Dome C. He's, of course, the most gangster Antarctic scientific outpost. He's got antennae and satellites and all sorts of stuff sticking up off him. But, of course, he's got a big chain with a big golden C. He's wearing his Illuminati ring. The title, this is an album cover. The title of the album is Beyond Epica. And it does have a listener advisory, absolute hogwash, it says. And in the background, of course, this is Antarctica, which we have seen Dove portray before. We've got the mummified penguins from the mummified penguin battle with the Antarctic Nazis. We've got a golden Nephilim penguin in the background. And, of course, a pyramid. Gonz, you want to zoom in and show us that Easter egg up on the antenna?
Yeah, the little literal egg looking little piece popping off the top of the factory there.
There's a radar dome.
Radar dome. Nephilim Penguins, it's the logo.
Ah, it's the Nephilim Penguin hockey team.
Yes.
Wow. So he's not only is he repping the south side, the southest side of Antarctica, but also he's got his favorite sports team, Lil Dome C, folks. Get it on Spotify.
Did you mention
way better than Island Boy?
Did you? Oh man, did you?
Oh, he's got a grill too.
Yeah. Did you mention? Yes, he does have a grill. Did you mention his ring?
I mentioned his Illuminati ring. I did not zoom in. I'm assuming it's the droopy Illuminati eye.
Yes,
the stoned eye. The all stoned eye, and then he's got some sweet kicks on.
I was going to say it's Dove's rendition of the Nike symbol with the whip.
Yes, the nine tails.
The nine tails, yeah. So
yeah,
very good detail there.
Very well done.
Does that fall under some kind of like legal thing?
It would if he did not do the thing that he did.
Okay,
parody it.
All right. Oh, that's
parody is legal.
That's right.
Thank you very much, Dove. Excellent work.
Thank you, Dove. Appreciate it. And I don't think we got another page, the next page of Advent of Logos.
Oh, I do not see it.
I didn't see it either. So, okay, so let's move on here. We have one from Mark A. And what happened there?
You got it?
Yeah, I thought so. Hold on. Let me see what happened.
Okay. You had a note with it.
I know. I have the note. I don't have the piece.
Oh,
here it is. I thought I downloaded this. Here we go. I'm getting it now. You can read the note if you want, real quick.
Oh,
or I can read it. Hold on. I got it.
You read it. I don't have the note pulled up.
So, shalom, boys. This art is kind of old and references all the way back to episode 376 when discussing some wildfires. Hold on. Let me pull it up here just real quick. There we go. All right. When discussing some wildfires, Basil made the statement, "Look, I'm no smoke scientist," and it conjured up this image in my brain, which I drew in crayon. I've been constantly trying to improve as an artist, so I did a redraw, which I'm submitting to you now. Hope you like it.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I don't quite remember what I was talking about in 376. It was about fires and drugs. It may have been the bear pea shaman.
I think it was or maybe, but it was about the tinfoil wildfire. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe
could have been that too. Well, I'm just referencing because this image here is of the robotic arm Basil.
Yeah.
He's in sort of a small room. It says, "Look, I'm no smoke scientist," but in the room, it looks like some sort of psychedelic laboratory. We've got an aquarium that's growing some Amanita muscaria mushrooms, among others. We've got on the left, we've got sort of a sciencey looking table with beakers and Bunsen burners, but underneath,
I don't like burners under beakers. Never a good
underneath
sign.
The table is a bag of roots. It says roots. I'm assuming he's referring to ayahuasca, which is a psychedelic root. On the table here, there's a cute orange kitty napping, but then there's a cactus, which I'm having to assume is peyote, and a bottle that says ketamine. So this is apparently my psychedelic laboratory. I was thinking maybe this was the episode where I went on my psychedelic rant.
Maybe, yeah.
Or one of them, at least. And you'll notice the size of the pupils on this googly-eyed FLIPPY arm, who is seems to be experiencing the effects of one of his own creations. Very well done. Thank you very much, Mark.
Now, is that a poster up on the wall with the spiral, or is that a window?
I thought it was a window, but then it also, I think the poster also makes sense because it's kind of a tie-dye, trippy looking type of poster, you know, that, if someone had a psychedelic laboratory, might have on the wall. Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Well, did I talk about maybe having a psychedelic laboratory in the forest that I wrapped in tinfoil?
Maybe.
Starting to all come together.
It kind of sounds familiar now that you mention it.
You know what? In the post-apocalyptic wasteland, psychedelics will also be a valuable form of currency that you can trade for.
I would not doubt
supplies.
It one bit. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you, Mark A. All right, next up we have a couple deep fakes from producer Lloyd V. So, but before we play them, I'll read about him.
Yes.
Dear Basil and Gonzo, hereby I deliver you 2 deep fakes of our good friend and Emperor Klausy. I hope you like it. And he's got a little update on the Netherlands. It's a weird and scary time to live in the Netherlands. Our president, Mark, is that Rutte or Rutte,
I believe is how it would be pronounced.
And the coalition have resigned in March this year due to childcare benefit scandal. Yet, even though they resigned, they are still in office and are ushering in new COVID laws time after time.
Mm-hmm.
We are almost living in China. When you get a COVID test or shot, it is registered in your government DigiD, or Digi-ID, or digital ID, which is connected to everything from your education to your healthcare and a lot in between. When you are vaccinated, you receive a QR code from the government in the Corona app, which is also connected to your DigiD. Next year, the jab will most likely be mandatory. My daughter is almost 4 months now. My wife and I still have a job to support her in these coming years, but in these uncertain times, we most trust in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We might have troubled times on this earth, but we must keep looking forward to our future home in heaven with the Lord. Lots of love and blessing. Thank you for what you do, Lloyd V. So thank you very much, Lloyd V. It's a very important note there, so appreciate that. And,
thanks for the update.
Yeah, that being said, couple Klaus clips, some deep fakes of Klaus.
Oh, good.
This first
sure
one,
Klaus appreciates this.
This first one is a viral, I guess, meme clip.
Yeah, it's the clip of the old man laughing that people put on.
Here we go.
On memes. Who knew? Who knew that Klaus Schwab, imperial leader of the Galactic Federation, had such a sense of humor? He's having such a good time. Thank you very much, Lloyd, for that.
Isn't this from some like Mexican game show or something?
Yeah, but it's famous for being added onto internet memes and GIFs and things like that.
Yeah. The other piece from Lloyd V is more Klaus, and this time his face is deep faked onto the villains, the robbers of...
It's the wet bandits.
The wet bandits of Home Alone.
Mm-hmm. You know, there's something cathartic about seeing Klaus Schwab fall victim to a child's booby traps. A series of booby traps laid by a child. Thank you very much, Lloyd. That was a real pleasure. And hold strong over there. I know I've been. We haven't done a lot of reporting on the Netherlands recently, but I'm keeping an eye on it. Things are getting squirrely there as well.
Yeah, this deserves so much more attention.
Well,
these little deep fakes.
I know. Well, I will be putting them on the Instagram. So just a reminder to everybody who is watching live, but also listening later, that if you're just listening, you want to check out the art and the videos and things that are sent in. We will go to Instagram, just search for Canary Cry News Talk, and follow us there. I usually put them up the next day if I'm being a good boy. I put them up the same day, but there you go. Go follow us on Instagram.
Good stuff. All right. Are you going to do a microfiction?
Yes. We have one more piece of art, though.
We do?
Yeah. Jay Vela sent one.
Oh. Let me look. I didn't see it.
A lot of these came in a little bit later than
do I need to refresh?
Usual.
Okay. I needed a refresh on my...
Yeah.
Did I? Oh, there it is. Okay, I see.
I believe
it now.
in
Sorry.
you.
Yep. Sorry about that. Starvation is the Nation. The name of this piece here, which would be really helpful, computer.
Is there a note on the email?
There is no note, but I have the piece right here.
All right. Well, I will start describing it then. Thank you, Jay Vela. We are looking at a sort of city scene here. We've got some big city buildings off in the back. We've got a pickup truck with a cross on the side that is on fire. There is social unrest, and we are in front of a food mart here, and there are some banners hanging outside the food mart that say "Must be vaxxed to enter," "Must be vaxxed for curbside."
Oh, for curbside? That is outrageous.
Curbside without vax, right? And walking out of the store, we've got a zombie-looking person who's got their cart full of groceries. But we've also got a line of SWAT team members here with the riot shields and batons, keeping away the unvaccinated malcontents who are holding picket signs and wearing gas masks and megaphones and Molotov cocktails. It's getting
a little aggressive,
getting serious out here at the food mart.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jay Vela. Unfortunately, an all too real scene going on around the world right now. I
know. Yeah, that's interesting. All right. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Sorry, I missed that one.
That's okay. I believe that concludes the art for today.
Yep.
And yes, I do want to apologize and name Runk Smash as one of our financial producers as well. And he is on a streak, if you're able to get us there. Yeah. 43 episodes in a row, and he sent in some microfiction here, which goes like this. Boris sits in the park, placidly looking forward while holding a bowl of birdseed as a flock of starlings approach cautiously. In a flurry of feathers and Xenobot ooze, the drones lay dead as Monty 33 adjusts his eye patch and curls up on Boris's lap. Ooh, Monty 33 taking out the government drones, and also some Xenobot ooze. The drones lay dead. Monty 33 with his eye patch. Oh, that's the cutest thing I could even imagine. Is protecting Boris from the There are so many mysteries in this arc.
This is
loving
getting
how
this is going to create its own lore because you're going to have people really into it to keep up.
I'm into it. I'm not even sure. I don't even know what to think about Monty 33 yet. He's got an eye patch, which is either really cool for a protagonist or a classic villain outfit. But he is protecting Boris from the Xenobot bird drones from the government. So there's some serious world building going on in such a small microfiction. Thank you very much, Runk Smash.
Thank you, Runk Smash.
Canary Cry Meetup.
You can go to CanaryCry.Meetups.com and find out whether there is a meetup taking place in a location near you. And if there is not, then you can choose a location, figure out a date and time, make a flyer, and promote it. And you will be the one organizing the
It's easy peasy,
meetups.
baby. Do it.
Yep. Ciara has been doing a lot of meetups. She's been leading the charge really for about a year, maybe 2 years now. Close to 2 years as the meetup gal, or one of them. And she's still doing the Zoom meetups 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. Pacific time on the third Saturdays of every month. I think that is the 18th for this month, so a couple more weeks. The SoCal meetup, I think we have some pictures. I don't know if it's like a full report, but we did.
Is that the SoCal? That was the SoCal meetup. You say.
SoCal meetup, yeah. The Lincoln Memorial Shrine. So
I'm assuming you missed it. It sounds like you were not there.
I was not there. No,
okay.
I could not make. There's too much craziness happening.
Too many babies.
Yeah, that and it's just a lot of stuff going on. So, apologies, couldn't be there for that one. But although in the note, I believe Ciara said that the next one is in Orange County, so it's getting closer and closer to my abode. Mm-hmm. Eventually, we should just do it on my lawn or something, you know?
Oh, there's another SoCal meetup.
There might be.
Okay.
I think Ciara was teasing it to bringing it even closer.
Right.
Yeah. So from that meetup here, I got some pictures. I think it's okay to share these, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe so. Okay. They were posted on Instagram, on the Fire Theft Radio Instagram.
All right.
Yeah, so the Fire Theft, at least one of the Fire Theft boys was there. Hold on, I didn't quite take a look at the whole thing, but why don't you continue?
Yeah, so here's the photo, and there's some faces I recognize, and it looks like just a fun group. And Ciara also took some pictures of the shrine here of Lincoln, so it's got like a little head of Lincoln and some words.
Yeah, it was at they visited one of the Masonic shrines, didn't they?
Yeah. And there's the architecture and some of the paintings. There's like a dome with looks like some paintings of some angels or some archangels guarding the pillars. There's the pillar of strength and the pillar of justice. And then some kind of apotheosis type of thing taking place in another cell here of the drawings. I'm sure there's a lot more to break down here. I'm just going through these quickly. And then there's a plaque here that has 80-20-20, the Masonic square and compass with a G in there. John E. Trauner, Grand Master of Masons in California. Wow. So there's a little dox there.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder, seems like I should do some Google searching about this guy.
Yeah, Grand Master of the Masons in California. And one more team
Maybe he
group
listens
shot.
to the show.
Maybe he does now.
What's up, John?
He's doxed himself, or we doxed him on our show. Not that there wasn't a plaque.
I'm sure he's into it. I mean, he has a giant plaque.
That's what I'm saying. And then there's just another photo of the people that were there at the meetup. So
yeah, it looks like some return meter-uppers.
Yep, absolutely. It looks like a really great time. And I'm kind of bummed I missed it now, but there they are. I know, I feel bad.
Guys, Gonz needs friends. You gotta bug him more to get him out there.
I know. Takes a lot.
Yeah, I have to apologize. I have only met the Fire Theft Radio guys in person once, I believe. We met them at a conference down there by you, didn't we? At the Michael Heiser conference.
Oh yeah. I gotta go through my memory bank.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I want to give a
aggro.
shout out to Chuck and Omar from Fire Theft Radio. They got a great podcast. They've both been on the Joyspiracy Theory. So if you want to learn more about them, you can go check out the Joyspiracy Theory episodes and showing up to the meetup here. Thank you very much, fellas. And they posted a pic as well from the meetup.
Cool.
That's Fire Theft Radio. Go check it out.
Yep. And hopefully there were good conversations had and some
Looks like
connection.
it.
Yeah.
Hey, we now can confirm that there have been repeat meetup goer tours.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go.
Yep.
It's worth a second go at least.
So the next one that Ciara is spearheading is Washington and Canada Canary Cry meetup, Peace Arch National Park, March 19th, 2022. So a few months out there, but still keep that in mind. Moving on from Ciara, we got Mr. Jag, the EU meetup, which was postponed. I don't think we have any updates there. I think they're still trying to see if they can organize. And
we should probably actually take it off the list of things to read until we hear more.
Yeah, you're
but
right.
leave it on leave the contact info on the webpage for all the EU folks.
We also have Josiah leading the charge on a couple meetups. One in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, December 20th.
Oh, yeah, baby.
2021 at the Tsunami Sushi on the roof of the Shaw Arts Center downtown. Contact Josiah B. Dyer at gmail.com. So looking forward to that. It's coming up in a couple weeks here, I guess. And then North Idaho, January 9th. It's the second of the Coeur d'Alene meetups happening. It will be a late Christmas, complete with white elephant gift giving. Location is yet to be determined. But again, that's Josiah B. Dyer at gmail.com. If you're in that area in Idaho, January 9th is the meetup. Florida meetup, January 22nd, 2022. I can't believe it's almost 2021's almost over. It's kind of crazy. Florida Panhandle CCC meetup, 5:33 p.m. Ye Old Brothers Brewery in Navarre, Florida. Kids welcome. RSVP kmbrown815 at gmail.com and jackie.umfrey at mail.com. And we also have the Bend, Oregon meetup. Oh, that's coming up. That's this upcoming weekend. Central Oregon Canary Cry meetup, Crux Fermentation Project, 12/11/21. Absolutely no shills allowed. No
you
shills
heard
allowed.
Him, shills.
Yeah. Contact Gabe Garcia 87 at yahoo.com. And lastly, we have South Carolina meetup, January 22nd, 2022. It's for meetup. It's a meetup for the people of Georgia, North Carolina, and South Carolina. You can contact sccanarians at protonmail.com. That's JC and Morv, both longtime producers of the show. And it'll be the South Carolina Super Southeast Mega Meetup, January 22nd, 2022 at 4:30 p.m. at the Yeehaw Brewing Co. in Greensville, South Carolina, featuring Prince's famous Nashville Hot Chicken on-site venue and time subject to change according to interested attendees. Larger space if we really get the numbers. So let them know if you plan to make it out there and hang out. So there you go.
Promises to be a hoot.
Yep. That's all the meetups.
Okay, make sure to go to CanaryCry.meetups.com, find one near you, contact the host so you can get the info. Definitely recommend doing this. Very important to do, and it's so fun. People just keep showing up, folks. So find one within driving distance, and if there isn't one near you, put one on yourself. It's easy. You're gonna, go out to brunch or something anyways. You might as well invite some of your best friends from the podcast.
Apparently it's Greenville, not Greensville. I keep saying Greensville. Apologize. That's a Californian, an ignorant Californian trying to pronounce
Greensboro.
Greensboro.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's
Canary Cry.
Whoops, wrong one.
I'll just take a quick second, folks. We're going to pop the link for Gail M's GoFundMe one more time. Let's pop that into the chat there. Remember, it will be in the what is it?
Show notes.
The show notes as well. So all you listeners, after the fact, after the live, make sure to go in there, throw a couple bucks. Let's help out Gail M. Let's finish up this GoFundMe so we can really bless Gail M. and her family from this horrible thing that we've been sort of podcasting alongside her. And I'm looking now. Looks like so far Canarians have brought in $250. So there we go. Let's keep it going. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. Are we ready to wake up here?
Yes. I did want to take 1 second, and because I always forget to mention it, and I need to not forget. Go listen to Ravel. Ravel is my newer podcast. We're 15 episodes in now. I teamed up with a very smart guy. He's a PhD in biblical interpretation and now a pastor of a church. And we are exploring the Bible and theological concepts. And it is not for the faint of heart. It is not for Sunday morning sermon people, if that's what you're looking for. But if you're into exploring deep and abiding theological concepts, go check it out. We're just finishing up a series of episodes on the Nietzschean idea of the death of God and what that actually means from so many different perspectives. We talked to a lawyer, we talked to media crit people, we talked to philosophers, we've talked to theologians, and it's one of those terms that is sort of triggering, but also misunderstood, but also understood. I don't know. This is really one of the most fascinating series of episodes of anything that I've ever gotten to record. But I think you guys are going to love it, and we're just continuing to pop out episodes. So go check out Ravel. You can search Ravel, Ravel, on Spotify or Apple Podcasts. We also have some of the episodes up on YouTube. But remember, there is another podcast that stole our name right out from under us, but we're fighting for it. So if you find a Ravel that has a not as good logo as my Ravel, and also filled with heretical ideas, you found the wrong Ravel. Go searching again. It's the thumbnail is white and has like a colorful ball of string.
Yeah,
as
I've
the
been
logo.
showing it for people watching.
Oh,
right
good,
now, so
good. Thank you very much. I'd appreciate if you go listen. I think you're going to love it. And leave ratings and reviews, because that'll help us conquer the search engine optimization and take it back from those podcast name stealing heretics. Thank you very much.
I only have one question about this co-host, this other co-host that you've been hanging out with. Is he related with the Bill and the Melinda
Bill
Gates?
Yes, he's Bill Gates's long lost orphan son.
I knew it.
No,
I knew
that's
this was
funny.
the.
You know what's very strange is that didn't even occur to me that he has the same name. I don't know.
This is how they get you. You've never asked. I thought that would have been one of the first things to flush out.
I can't
before you
believe that
decide
it
to
never
start a
occurred to me.
podcast. You just decided to start a podcast with some guy with the last name Gates without flushing out the potential dangers of this relationship.
Perhaps he was the shill that it took to take
right
down
under your
my
nose.
credibility.
Right under your nose. He's like, I've been telling you the whole time. You just and he's like a doctor too, right?
I'm too trusting. Yes, he is a doctor of
Professor
theology.
Gates. Yeah.
Yes, he's Dr. Christopher Ryan Gates.
He runs in the family.
Yes. Well, he certainly is. Well, I don't think he'd mind me mentioning. He just got voted in as the pastor of a small, very small church that he is working on revitalizing. So he is not just a ivory tower theologian academic. He's also boots on the ground. Hands and feet of Jesus type small time pastor guy now. So he's a pretty interesting fella. I think you guys will like him. So there you go. Go listen to Ravel and leave reviews, please.
Yeah,
Let's wake up.
Wake up time.
Hey, yo, wake up.
What are we doing? Oh, we're doing Space China.
Welcome to Chinese Show!
Space. Wanna go to space?
Yay, Space China. Interestingengineering.com. No. What?
Nothing. I like the the website. We've brought some stories from Interesting Engineering before.
Yeah.
I just think it's a funny URL.
Yeah. The headline here, no, the cube-shaped object on the far side of the moon isn't aliens.
Oh, that's what you would say. Interesting engineering.
But the subheadline here, but it could have been formed in mysterious circumstances.
Oh, mysterious. Okay.
There's a photo here, kind of a grainy photo of what I guess is the moon. And there's like a little thing there popping up in the middle on the horizon. Okay. Mm-hmm. China's Yutu-2 rover spotted a mysterious cube-shaped object, inevitably drawing comparisons to Stanley Kubrick's 2001 A Space Odyssey. The rover spotted the object while traveling across the von Karman crater, a report from Space.com explains. Yutu-2 is the first rover to explore the far side of the moon, having landed there on January 3rd, 2019. Since that time, it has sent back a wealth of images for the scientific community and space enthusiasts to pore over and investigate. In November, during the Yutu-2 rover mission's 36th lunar day, and the machine's cameras spotted a cube-shaped object approximately 260 feet, that's 80 meters away, on the northern horizon. The discovery was brought to our attention by Space.com, which reported on the Yutu-2 diary entry by Our Space, a Chinese language blog associated with the China National Space Administration, CNSA. The Our Space post described the cube-shaped object as a mystery hut, or Shenmi.
Mystery hut, due to its tantalizing angular shape. It's hard not to think of the monolith in 2001, A Space Odyssey, an angular solitary machine built by an extraterrestrial species. It's worth pointing out that though we know very little about the object, it is likely a large boulder that was unearthed by an ancient meteorite strike on the moon. Questions do remain, however, such as how an impact could have created such a cube-shaped object, and is there any other interesting debris scattered nearby? China positions itself as a spacefaring superpower. Scientists have recently ramped up the search for structures built by intelligent life throughout the universe, with the likes of the Uppsala University's search for Dyson spheres, but the likelihood that we would discover a similar structure on the moon is practically negligible. Updates on the mysterious lunar object will come soon. However, as Yutu-2 will spend 2 to 3 lunar days getting closer to the object to send more detailed pictures back to Earth. Whatever the Yutu-2 rover discovers, China's space agency will be pleased to see the scientific community holding its breath over space exploration images from China's Chang'e 4 mission, which launched Yutu-2 to the far side of the moon. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. Like in the 60s, we had the U.S., be the national platform by which the rest of the world watched mankind walk on the moon. And now with the whole China Space Agency, are they going to be the national platform, to... I don't trust them.
Announce the discovery of the Nazi bases on the moon.
That would be something, wouldn't it?
Well,
even if their goal is to disrupt social order, or one of their goals,
that would do it.
We're not their only goal, but one of their goals, certainly, evidently, is to disrupt social order in the U.S. Yeah, putting out even really any alien information, but definitely like a
moon base
information. Would really go a long way to destabilize the United States social order. Nobody would trust anybody ever again, which is exactly what they want.
Yeah, this reminded me. I think it was Netflix show. There was a show called Space Force, I think. And,
yeah.
The whole show is about it's basically China competing with China to take over stuff on the moon. So, it's more propaganda there. But anyway, I just thought it was funny that we have a story here about a cube on the moon, and they don't really dismiss various possibilities. It's more like, China, awesome for China, right? Good stuff for China, that they're the center of the space frontier now.
Yeah. Well, speaking of awesome for China, let's talk about some AI.
More awesome for China?
Artificial intelligence.
This isn't coming from China, but, it's AI. This is from ScienceAlert.com. Science Alert, everybody. Boop, 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 boop. Science Alert.
Yep.
AI is discovering patterns in pure mathematics that have never been seen before. So just for a little setup for everybody, we've talked about in the past the black box that is artificial intelligence. Even the creators of artificial intelligence admit that they, more often than not, have no way of knowing what's happening inside of an artificial intelligence or how an AI comes to the conclusions that it does. And more, whether it's through biology or astrophysics or all sorts of important sciences, AI is getting put on the job and coming to conclusions that not only have we ever come to, could we ever have come to, but also we have no way of knowing how AI came to it. And so far, the consensus has been for the scientific community to just sort of trust what the machines are telling them.
Yeah.
And with that context, we have this article. It says AI is discovering patterns in pure mathematics that have never been seen before. We can add suggesting and proving mathematical theorems to a long list of what artificial intelligence is capable of. Mathematicians and AI experts have teamed up to demonstrate how machine learning can open up new avenues to explore in the field. While mathematicians have been using computers to discover patterns for decades, the increasing power of machine learning means that these networks can work through huge swaths of data and identify patterns that haven't been spotted before. In a newly published study, a research team used artificial intelligence systems developed by DeepMind, which is the Google supercomputer, the same company that has been deploying AI to solve tricky biology. Am I correct on that? That is the Google supercomputer, right? DeepMind?
It's, I don't know if it's the
Why don't you double check that?
Yeah, let me double check.
It
is one of the neural networks.
Sorry, it's not a supercomputer, but it's a Google product.
Yeah, it's Google. Yeah, it's Google. Yeah.
Okay. The same company that has been deploying AI to solve tricky biology problems and improve the accuracy of weather forecasts, to unknot some long-standing math problems. Quote, problems in mathematics are widely regarded as some of the most intellectually challenging problems out there, says mathematician Gordy Williamson. That is your real name. From the University of Sydney in Australia. Quote, while mathematicians have used machine learning to assist in the analysis of complex data sets, this is the first time we have used computers to help us formulate conjectures or suggest possible lines of attack for unproven ideas in mathematics. The team shows AI advancing a proof for Kazdan-Lützig polynomials, a math problem involved in the symmetry of higher dimensional algebra that has remained unsolved for 40 years. What? Higher dimensional algebra?
I know.
I'm not even good at our dimensional algebra. The research also demonstrates how a machine learning technique called a supervised learning model was able to spot a previously undiscovered relationship between two different types of mathematical knots, leading to an entirely new theorem. Knot theory in math plays into various other challenging fields of science as well, including genetics, fluid dynamics, and even the behavior of the sun's corona. So DNA tampering, fluid dynamics, you've got black goo math, and the sun's corona.
Coronavirus.
And sunburns. The discoveries that AI makes can therefore lead to advances in other areas of research. Quote, "We have demonstrated that when guided by mathematical intuition, machine learning provides a powerful framework that can uncover interesting and provable conjectures in areas where a large amount of data is available, or where the objects are too large to study with classical methods," says mathematician Andras Juhas from the University of Oxford in the UK. One of the benefits of machine learning systems is the way that they can look for patterns and scenarios that programmers didn't specifically code them to look out for. They take their training data and apply the same principles to new situations. The research shows that this sort of high-speed, ultra-reliable, large-scale data processing can act as an extra tool working with mathematicians' natural intuitions. Oh, there it is. Don't worry, mathematicians. The AI isn't going to take your job. It's the mathematicians' natural intuitions and the extra tool of AI. Wow. When you're dealing with complex, lengthy equations, it's so interesting how they have to use the same sort of PR manipulation, whether the robot is flipping burgers or solving impossible math problems.
Yeah.
No. Don't worry, humans. You're not inadequate. When you're dealing with complex, lengthy equations, that can make a significant difference. Research shows this sort of high-speed I just said that, didn't I? Yeah. The researchers hope that their work leads to many further partnerships between academics in the field of mathematics and artificial intelligence, opening up the opportunity for findings that would otherwise be undiscovered. AI is an extraordinary tool, says Williamson. Quote, "This work is one of the first times it has demonstrated its usefulness for pure mathematicians like me. Intuition can take us a long way." A lot of intuition talk.
That's, I was going to mention
pure
that.
Mathematicians just intuiting. You know what other vocation relies entirely on intuition? Psychics and magicians. They always are talking about intuition. I think it's interesting how pure mathematicians have a similar job skills as a psychic. Intuition.
They know. There's an inkling that they know something.
Science is magic, they say.
Yeah.
I was trying to say math is magic, as they say. Intuition can take us a long way, but AI can help us find connections in the human mind might not easily spot. There you go. We've got the AI inventing math that humans had no ability to comprehend.
It's very fascinating in the context of the opening of portals and end times and all that kind of stuff, that it's these pure mathematics, academic, cutting edge of scholarly inquiry. It is on those areas, the bleeding edge of that, where AI and machine learning and all this kind of stuff is mesmerizing the practitioners when it comes to AI. And it would make sense in sort of the spiritual or religious context of what all this technocracy and everything is, because it has to do things. This AI has to be able to do things that, again, mesmerize. Oh, wow, it can do that. And,
right.
And it's specifically wowing the priests of the scientific dictatorship kind of thing, where it is the mathematicians or the scientists or the whatever that are first coming in contact with and at least seeing the results of or taking advantage of the implementation of artificial intelligence. I don't know, it's just kind of an interesting observation that the people that are the people that need to be convinced of the power of AI are very much the people that are being convinced of the power of AI in terms of just applying it, and it's all the scientists, mathematician, the people that you would expect are more objective in their approach.
It's the top-down takeover.
Yeah, it's just crazy how it's even stuff that when we were growing up, would consider an objective discipline or a more cohesive or critical approach to things. Even or rational maybe is a good word to use, a rational approach or worldview. which, people can find themselves in a heavy skepticism when they do that, do it too much when they apply it to everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. The priests of the new technocratic world order are the ones that are definitely being convinced that this stuff is incredible and amazing. And I like how like you mentioned, they have to sort of make it seem like, oh, it's alongside humans. Hey, humans, you still created the AI. You got to give it credit, plus our egos are easily damaged. We don't want the AI to completely take over too quickly.
That's right.
But speaking of which, one more quick one here, and I know this AI story is important to our old Basil there because he gave all his data to Clearview AI without knowing it. Or maybe you did know it.
It was a trick, man. It was tricky.
So you wouldn't miss a flight. You were just trying to be a good citizen, and you were taken advantage of.
I was late for a flight. And there was a 2-hour wait through security.
Yikes!
And the flight was leaving in a half hour, and I went, and there was this little kiosk that they had right outside security. The little sign that says "Don't want to wait." just look into my orb.
Look into this orb.
Skip security. Now I did follow up. I don't know if I mentioned this later or when I told this story last time. I did follow up and did everything I possibly could to legally bar them from doing anything with the data. Whether or not it's effective or not, or I'm just sitting on some ignored pile.
Did you write a really intense email?
No, so it's a whole thing. I don't need to go into it. But yes, there were some things you could do to deny them use of your data.
Sure.
And I did do that. Whether or not it worked, whether or not they're honest about it, we'll see.
Yeah.
But yes, it's very manipulative. I was going to miss my flight, and it was a big flight. It was like a 16-hour flight, so I'd have to stay in that place for like 3 days to catch another flight. And so I did it. I looked into the orb and made it through security quickly. Then, of course, the flight had been delayed, so I never needed to do that in the first place.
You know what's so sinister about this Clearview company? And for those of you who don't know, they're the company that has biomedical scans of people's eyeballs to, get into checkpoints and stuff quicker.
Yeah,
is the fact that they roam around, they got their little booth or whatever, but they know that panic will ensue if they are late to their flight.
That's what it is.
Know that people are
I was in a vulnerable
out.
state.
Yeah.
They took advantage of my vulnerability.
It's such the old classic devil, like you need something and they're like, hey, we're right here. We have this thing.
It totally was satanic, dude. It was
like crazy.
I had no choice. But then, of course, as always happens when you make a deal with the devil, my flight got delayed anyways. I had no reason to do it. But it did set me on a war path. Yeah. I was put on a war path after that and did a whole thing.
Okay,
but
so
I don't know.
All that in context, we have a headline here from The Verge. Clearview AI is closer to getting a U.S. patent for its facial recognition technology. It doesn't even have the facial recognition. It just has the eyeball scans right now, right?
Just the retina scans.
I like their PRs. Well, we need to put faces to those eyeballs.
Yeah.
Clearview AI is on track to receive a U.S. patent for its racial recognition.
Well,
facial recognition technology.
I think the reason they want to, I could be mistaken on this, but I believe some of the last stuff I heard about retina scans is that it's not very reliable because your eyeballs can change as you age.
Right. Yeah.
So like
can you get LASIK and then have it not work anymore or something?
Perhaps. Yeah. There's something about that your eyeballs aren't necessarily as reliable as like a full facial scan.
Nothing is, nothing is as reliable as that DNA sample. It's just, you just gotta need your DNA.
Just get a little prick on your finger, or just open up the tap that was installed. in your vaccine port, you know, so they don't have to keep sticking you with needles.
Yeah.
Just open up the tap and give them a drop of blood.
Yeah. All right. Clearview AI is on track to receive a U.S. patent for its facial recognition technology, according to a report from Politico. The company was reportedly sent a notice of allowance by the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office, which means that once it pays the required administration fees, its patent will officially be approved. Clearview AI builds its facial recognition database using images of people that it scrapes across social media and the internet in general, a practice that has the company steeped in controversy. The company's patent application details its use of web crawler to acquire images, even noting that, quote, online photos associated with a person's account may help to create additional records of facial recognition data points, which its machine learning algorithm can then use to find and identify matches. Critics argue that Clearview AI's facial recognition technology is a violation of privacy and that it may negatively impact minority communities. The technology is allegedly less accurate when identifying people of color and women, potentially leading to false arrests when used by law enforcement agencies. I'm surprised that that's still the narrative, or at least the one being used to as kind of like the, hey, we shouldn't do this. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I thought that the arguments would evolve, but maybe it's just, maybe we were early on, maybe it hasn't had the social impact they were hoping.
That's the problem is when you spend too much time like we do looking at this stuff, it takes about 10 years for everybody else to catch up.
Really, this is old news. What are you talking about? Last year, the company said that its technology was used by over 2,400 police agencies, including the FBI and Department of Homeland Security, to identify suspects. Aren't there legal things where every American can technically be a suspect at any given time?
Possibly.
I thought that was an Obama thing. In the aftermath of the Capitol riots this January, of course, Clearview AI said the use of its technology by law enforcement sharply increased as detectives worked to identify those associated with the incident. How convenient. The American Civil Liberties Union sued the company last year for violating the Illinois Biometric Information Privacy Act. We reported on that, resulting in Clearview stopping the sale of its technology to private companies and non-law enforcement entities. In November, the Australian government ordered the company to clear its database of all its citizens. Oh, the Australian government. Remember, this was that one thing coming out of Australia that was like, hey, they're trying to do something good.
Right.
Or at least in perception. And earlier this year, a number of European agencies filed legal complaints against Clearview AI. In addition, a Canadian privacy commissioner called the company's technology, quote, illegal mass surveillance. I wonder if this is because all these governments have their own databases. I'm wondering if this is a price thing where these governments would love to have Clearview step in and help out with all the surveillance apparatuses.
Oh, yeah.
But they're outrageous pricing. They're like, no, throw them under the bus. They're so arrogant. They think they can charge this, whatever,
Well, that's the thing. You have you price it so only the most desiring and desperate governments will pay the price.
Well, Clearview AI hasn't been able to get on Big Tech's good side. Last year, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube all sent cease and desist letters demanding that the company stop scraping images and videos from the platforms, as the practice is in violation of each site's policies. Man. So there you go.
They care. They only care because they want the data.
That's what I'm saying. It's their data.
Steal our data. They see it as data theft.
Only when another company does it, though.
Yeah.
It's the battle of the data center, or the databases.
Yeah.
That's the new war here. So, all right, there you go. Lots of AI, lots of China, lots of Sophia and Jab.
Sophia and Jab.
Sophia Jab.
All right, sounds good. I'd say we call it. I'm feeling good.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Yep.
All right, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. We will be back on Wednesday. That is December 8th. Wednesday, December 8th. So, YouTubers, people who just love the YouTube, Follow us on other locations. There is no guarantee that we will be here on Wednesday. And I know you love YouTube. I hate to draw you away, but please follow us on other platforms, because that's the only way that you are going to be able to continue to reliably get the show live, if that's what you want to do. We will also be creating a backup clips channel. So when you see a note about that, go ahead and follow that channel just in case. So thank you very much, everybody. And thank you to our producers of this episode of the show. Remember, we will need some producers for Wednesday's show as well. So if you've been listening to Canary Cry News Talk for any amount of time, consider, please, how much value have you gotten out of the show? How much value do you get out of it now? How much value do you think you'll get out of it into the future? Just think about it and prepare yourself for what life might be like if Canary Cry News Talk and honestly just independent media in general was unavailable, because it is a serious fight to keep this show and shows like ours going. So if you want to become a part of the solution, if you want to join the fight with us, please consider putting some value back into the show. It's easy to do to become a producer. Just consider, what kind of value do you get out of the show? Put a number on it. Make the number important to you. That's what really matters. And every penny counts. Every Satoshi counts during this time of year, because it is just generally a harder time. Finances are tight. People are pinching pennies for the holiday season. So if you're one of the blessed people out there in the world that has just a little bit extra to spare, please consider supporting the show while others cannot. Your fellow Canarians will appreciate it very, very much, and we can make it through this season and start off 2022, baby. Like I said, just think about the value you get, put a number on it, make it important to you, and become a producer. You can do that by heading on over to patreon.com/CCNT, or even better, CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
CanaryCryRadio.com/support.
That's right, CanaryCryRadio.com/support. All sorts of options over there. But I do want to thank our producers for this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. This is episode 419. I want to thank our two executive producers, Shivy Shivs and Anonymous, our crypto executive producer. Thank you guys so much for coming in to help the show. Thank you to our calendar producers, Evelina G, Derek H, Dwight B, Veronica D, and of course, to the rest of our... Oh, gosh, it's happening.
Oh, it's breaking
it's
down.
Happening. Excuse me.
We're all going to die.
Here we go. Producers Lisa and Alexa, Juan A, Heather Sarus, Laura C, Dwight B, Sir Samon's Night of the Fishes, Morph, Aaron J. Oh, sorry, that is Sir Aaron J, Knight of the Cute Little Piggies, Sir Casey the Shield Knight, 57 Chevy Girl, JC, Amanda P, Sir Scott, Night of Truth, Gail M, Veronica D, Doctor Who Dundat, Child of God, and Runk Smash. Thank you all for your support of the show. We couldn't do it without you. And of course, thank you to our time stamper, Christine C, right? Yes. As well as, scrolling, our jingle makers, our artists, our microfictionists, everybody who commits their time, their talent, or their treasure to keeping the show going. We appreciate it. Yes. And one more congrats to, oh my gosh, I am losing control of my computer over here. Congrats to Sir Aaron J. Night of the Cute Little Piggies.
Night of the Cute Little Piggies.
Yes.
Okay. Let me just...
The most adorable night name that we've had so far.
That's, yeah, you're right. I think yeah.
It is, yeah. All right. Let's see here. Yes. Thank you to everybody who makes this show happen. But here's the thing. If supporting the show financially is not in the cards for you, no worries. There's things you can do to help us out. Things like leaving ratings and reviews. Please leave ratings and reviews. Checked in today. Nobody left ratings and reviews over the weekend, Gonz. After that impassioned plea I made on Friday's show, not a single rating and a review has made it through the system. Maybe there's some just floating in the ether that we'll post later, but Please, folks, leave ratings and reviews. We'll appreciate it very, very much. It's very important. It may seem trivial. It may seem like you have better things to do with 2 minutes of your life. I understand time you cannot get back, but we will very much appreciate if you leave ratings and reviews for the show on Apple Podcasts. Every Apple device has this app. Just search for Apple Podcasts on your phone. It's a little purple icon. Click on that. Search for Canary Cry News Talk. Subscribe, and then leave a rating and a review. It really helps the algorithms know that they are commanded to share the show with people who have never heard it before. And really, when we get 5 or more ratings and reviews a week, we see it. We see it in the charts. It has a makes a drastic difference on the amount of new people who find the show. So by leaving ratings and reviews, you are actively, not even passively, you are actively helping people find the show. So please do that. Thank you. I do want to make another impassioned plea while I'm at it. Let's help out Gail M's GoFundMe. That's right. She deserves our help. She's a sweet lady who supports the show, and it's just such a wonderful part of the Canary Cry family. Just devastated with a death of her brother Rob, and working with the incompetence of the VA system. She's been left to pay $6,100 that is coming out of some. It's just not cool. So. I have faith in the Canarians and their generosity. Look, if it's a choice between producing the show for next episode and supporting the GoFundMe for Gail M, support the GoFundMe. We can handle it. We'll be fine for an episode. Go support Gail M and the GoFundMe page. We'll have links in the show notes, links on our Twitter pages, links all over the place. Go do it. All right. Of course, go to Canary Cry Meetups, CanaryCry.Meetups.com. Find a meetup near you. And if there isn't one, put one on yourself. It's easy peasy and very rewarding. People keep coming back to the meetups. It's a good time. Let's see. Other than that, excuse me. Share the show. Share it out on your social media. Share the link. Doesn't matter if you don't have a lot of followers or fans or viewers or stalkers, whatever the case may be. Just post the links to the show, share it out to the world. Again, somebody could find it and find the show, and they'll be eternally grateful. But also, it's all about those algorithms, baby. We got to use the robots to our own advantage. So just press the share button right there by the video that you're watching now. Or if you're listening on the podcast app, press that little share box. You know, it's the box with the arrow. Click on that, post it somewhere, or text it to someone. You'll be rewarded handsomely by me. I'll send you a prize. Thank you for that.
Wow, just making promises.
I'm just putting it out there. But, you know, you don't have to share it in the normal way, like a normal person on the internet. You could get a lot more creative with it. I mean, some people just like to go against the grain. You don't need to participate in this transhuman cyber fake world that we live in. Perhaps you like living in the real world. Perhaps, well, maybe you're a goat farmer in Africa or wherever. Goats can live pretty much. I don't know if you know this about goats. They can live pretty much anywhere. I don't think there's anywhere in the world that does not have at least one goat. I'm pretty sure that, you know, the scientific the outposts down in Antarctica, I'm almost certain there's at least one goat somewhere in Antarctica. I'd be willing to stake my reputation for what that's worth on the fact that there is a goat in Antarctica. So, you know, wherever you are in the world, go ahead, get yourself a goat. Get yourself a goat. They're cute, they're snuggly, and they do not mind one bit wearing things on their faces. And yes, it could be like that African goat farmer who put the masks on his goats to protect them from goat COVID, which apparently is a thing now. Omicron is apparently ravaging the goat population. But you can put other things on these goats' little faces. Go ahead. Get a bunch of virtual reality masks. Put them on the goats. It's science. If anybody tells you that you shouldn't put virtual reality masks on your goats, tell them Fauci said it was okay. And if they disagree with Fauci, they disagree with science. Get those goats jacked into the metaverse, baby. It's the Goativerse. Sorry, Sophia. It's all about the Goativerse now. And once you get a couple of hundred goats in VR masks running around the metaverse, you can train those goats. You know, remember, you can give an avatar to a goat. You can dress them up however you want in the metaverse. And probably you should just make them look like goats. So then when all the kids these days, they're romping around the metaverse, they're going to their favorite rap concerts and checking out the Gucci store. Perhaps they're robbing the Gucci store, the metaverse Gucci store. Whatever the case may be, suddenly when a horde of goats come rolling down the metaverse streets, they will have no option but to stop and stare as your army of truth goats come marching down the metaverse streets, and in unison, these goats, they're singing a song, it's chanting, it's raising up into the heavens of the metaverse, and all around the metaverse, the people can hear, "We are the goats of metaverse, we're listening to Canary Cry News Talk, yeah, if you're not a shill, you should listen to It's Our Favorite Podcast, 'cause we are goats," and then boom. Your metaverse goats will change the world, and people will inevitably search for the podcast and wake up to the fact that the legacy corporate news media is lying to them on a daily basis.
Wow, you hit the accelerator on that.
The goats will help spread the show. That's just one way you could share the show. You don't have to do it that way, but if you're one of those creative types, you know, those bohemians, go ahead, do the goat thing that I just mentioned. And if you need any more instructions, here's what you do. You walk right up to them, you grab them by the cage, and then you shake it.
The end of the world occurred pretty much as we had predicted.
I want to shake things up, stir up some controversy, rattle a few cages. Hey, stop that! You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man, a crusader for the little guy. Leave the bird alone. Never. Rattle a few cages. Rattle a few cages.
The human race will have every opportunity to improve.
And if they don't?
Ask Noah.
That's right. Just ask Noah. Gonz, any last words?
I had this moment where I was looking up at our restream, and you were going for a while, like you were ranting for a while, and I'm just watching the YouTube numbers just plummet. It's just like this experience of watching the numbers get lower and lower as you went deeper and deeper into your little rant.
That's censorship. Wow, they weren't leaving. We were being shadow banned.
Susan.
There's no way that people would leave during my metaverse goat rant. Oh my gosh, Susan, just let the truth come out, Susan.
It was just funny to see, and then you got really.
I got tired.
You got tired. Which is
tired.
rare. It's rare to see you tired in these moments with your rant. Usually you get charged, but for whatever reason you kind of ran out of steam today. It was pretty funny. So all right.
You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you, everybody. Thanks for listening to this episode of Canary Cry News Talk. Make sure to tune in next time. But until then, think outside the cage.
Remember, reality is an illusion. The universe is a hologram. Buy gold. Buy!
I want to shake things up, shake things up. I want to shake things up, shake things up. Leave the bird alone. I want to stir up some controversy. I want to rattle a few cages. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. I'm the last angry man. You'll never silence me. I'm the last angry man. A crusader for the little guy. Well, we'll see about that.
Whatever, Illuminati.
He's got the solution for the problems that he created. So step right up for the great reset. For the great reset.
Don't even get me started on bidets, man. Bidets, man. Bidets, man. I'm telling you, you were living the life, man. Bidets, man.
Speak in the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver up my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends. As for prophecies, they will pass away. As for tongues, they will cease. As for knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when the perfect comes, the partial will pass away. When I was a child, I spoke like a child. I thought like a child. I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I gave up childish ways. For now we see in a mirror dimly, but then face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I have been fully known. So now faith, hope, and love abide, these three. But the greatest of these is love.
Fun fact, I believe it was another fun fact. Fun fact. Another fun fact.
Brings me back to my Screamo days.
In the future, humans will be confined in a people's zoo.
I'll keep you safe and warm in my people's zoo. I'll keep you safe and warm now in my people's zoo. You, yeah, you in my people's zoo. I'll keep the cameras on. creating animal-human hybrids for decades.
You fat and sassy. My people zoo.
Everybody loves waffles. Everybody loves waffles.
Fat and sassy. My people zoo.
Vaccinations.
My people zoo.
I'll keep you warm and safe in my people's zoo.
Do not come back, you Nazi psychopaths.